Stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, welcome everybody. We are excited to have you with us tonight as we get started. I am now going to ask that everybody join me in reciting the mission of the Nampa School District. The mission of the Nampa School District is to ensure high levels of achievement for every student. We will now follow with the vision. Every student is fully engaged in extraordinary learning experiences, preparing for successful transition to the next stage of life. Wonderful. Has Trustee Ben been able to join us? Okay. All right, I will go ahead and entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Okay, second, all in favor? Aye. Approve,
Clarification, who moved and seconded?
I'm gonna give it to Jason.
and I second it.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, guys, we are going to get started, and please just keep us posted on when Trustee Ben gets on. We are going to go directly into our student spotlight. Tonight we have the All-State IMEA and ORFF Honor Assemblies.
Chair Taylor, trustees, tonight from Columbia High School, Ms. Coloco will be sharing a little bit around the Idaho Music for Education honors and ORF. And some students are going to come up here and talk about some of the achievements they've done.
Hopefully more of the spotlight's on them than on me. I'm Adriana Clocasine. I'm the choir director over at Columbia High School. Thank you for giving us a moment of your time to kind of spotlight a handful of our music students in the district and the work that they've done. So, All-State is a statewide teacher preparation and honor ensemble that happens throughout the state. So we gather students from all parts. Students submit auditions in the fall, and then they're accepted by December, and then they spend that time preparing their music. Then they get to rehearse with internationally known directors. At the same time that those honor groups are going on, their directors and teachers from all grade levels are gathering and getting preparation and training. So it's this really cool culminating effect where both teachers are getting preparation and students at the same time. And it's really rare in the state where you see that going on simultaneously. So these students represent a small handful of our 26 students throughout the district that were accepted into these groups. And that was out of 1,800 auditions within the state. It's a huge accomplishment to be accepted into it and to go through the preparation and then the 3-day rehearsals to then culminates in 6 concerts at the end of those 3 days. I would like for each one of these students to just come up and say their names, the school that they are representing, and then the honor group that they took place in. And then if you have questions, we would love to answer them. Okay.
Well, I am Oscar Dominguez from Columbia High School, and I was in the All-State Choir Mixed Choir.
Hi, I'm Jaden Lewis, and I was a part of the Treble Choir, and I'm from Columbia High School.
Hi, my name is Lily Weitzel. I'm from Nampa High School, and I participated in the All-State Concert Band.
Hello, my name is Jack Fickle, and I go to Skyview, and I participated in the All-State Jazz Band.
Siblings.
Hello, my name is Ellery Fickle. I am representing Skyview High School, and I was a member of the All-State Concert Band.
So as much as you can know about the conference and the honor groups that, in the next or the last 2 minutes, it really is an amazing experience that leaves an impact, a positive impact. Okay, yeah. So any questions that you have, we would love to answer.
We're really glad to have you guys. Trustees, do we have any questions for this group?
No, but just a comment. Oscar's my next door neighbor. I had no idea that he was involved with this. So we're gonna chat afterwards, all right?
As long as you do it in music.
Yeah, and song is always acceptable. Yeah.
So I have,
Congratulations.
yeah, this is amazing. So what opportunities does this really open up? Because they get national exposure, correct?
So they get to work with directors that have worked internationally. We bring those in, and they get to know students from all around the state. Those 3 days of rehearsals are jam-packed with rehearsal time. So they learn some really cool techniques that they wouldn't have learned if we would have just stayed locally, right? We know that
So
just
cool.
as people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah.
they get to build some really cool connections.
Yeah.
Some of them have been to Allstate multiple times, so they get to see these students over many years.
So cool for exposure. Yeah.
What kind of invitations is the choir and the band being invited to perform? Are there special performances like for Allstate?
Yeah, so the honor groups that they rehearse in during those 3 days, they end with what we call gala concerts.
Mhm.
So starting on the Friday night, the jazz ensemble and a choir usually goes. Saturday mornings filled back-to-back performances from the orchestra, the band, our second choir, and so on.
Very cool.
Yeah, this is amazing. I feel like you guys should have sung and did an instrument.
This is like America's Got Talent.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, right now, right here. No, yeah, Nampa School Board Edition. Yeah, this is great. I want to be a coach.
Yeah.
This is great. We really appreciate you guys taking the time to come, and congratulations. I just love seeing what our students do. This is a very cool thing.
And how much
Thank you.
talent they got.
Thank you so
just
much.
talented. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Yes. All right, Mr. Coffee. Oh,
Could I just please add something?
is this about
I'm a
the?
parent
Yes,
of 2 of the
please.
kids.
Yes,
Okay.
please. Are you a fickle?
I am a fit.
I got that.
Yeah, we have to look.
Yes.
I want to say thank you. And what they didn't necessarily address is how this is a resume builder
Mhm.
if they want to go on into college. And it comes down to auditioning, and some of the things they learned from these directors are how to succeed in auditions. And the audition process to get into Allstate it gives them, I wasn't expecting my children to make it per se, but I have them do that so they understand the process of auditioning, the pressure of going into a room with a microphone in front of you, and you have to put your best foot forward. And you only get so many takes. And so they put a ton of work into practicing for this. And I think we all know how music helps with school, the studies, et cetera, et cetera. Now, in addition to that, I want to say thank you. And I expressed my thanks last year, but you guys helped to send my son to All Northwest. And that is a 6-state region. And he probably wouldn't have been able to go. There was only 3 students, I believe, in the Nampa School District that made it last year. And you helped with everyone. And I just want to say thank you again for that.
Wow.
Thank you.
You're, Mr. Fickle, you certainly have some talent in your family. And,
Yes.
and to the Fickle children, thank you for proving your dad wrong. He said he didn't expect you to make it. So I caught that really quick. But in addition to the resume building, I mean, scholarship opportunities is what I'm sure would be
Huge.
there also. That's fantastic, though.
Yeah.
Good job.
And thank you for adding to that, because it really is so good to see how impactful these things are. All right. If we have nobody left from our music program, we will now call up Mr. Coffee.
Good evening, everyone. I first want to introduce myself. I think Mr. Jennings is the only person I've actually, talked to or harangued in public before. And so I am the president of the association again this year. Is my 3rd year, I think. And I do appreciate the opportunity really it's a tradition, is my understanding, that you give the president of the association an opportunity to come and speak to you. When I first started, Dr. Kellerer was the superintendent, and so her advice was just share the teacher's perspective of what's happening. So that's my goal. I don't always achieve that goal, I think. I try to make it clear whether I'm speaking on my own behalf or on behalf of a group or individuals. And if that's ever confusing, please let me know, because it's not the same thing for sure. First thing I wanted to share with you is the fact that teachers and staff across the district are grieving right now because of the impending changes. And a lot of that is really starting to hit home, it's real. The association, I mean, personally, support the efforts to right-size the district. It's in everybody's interest, I think, to have the school district be financially sound. But I just would, just want to let you know that it's hard. Those buildings that are being affected, they've developed relationships with coworkers and colleagues and parents, for decades, some of them. And so it's very difficult, to move forward. I think there was actual grieving kind of like process or something at Centennial on Friday. And so hopefully that's helping. So I just would invite you to keep that in mind, as we progress through the challenges and decisions that are still happening. The next thing on my list is the 4-day week. And first, I think from my perspective, what I'm seeing, we're in a staffing crisis. And I don't know if you feel that way, but I hope that you do feel that way. One example is last year at Lone Star, there was an ERR room that had a certified person at the start of the year. That person quit. We were unable to fill that position. So for the rest of that year, that room had no certified person in it. This year, there are dozens, I think. I don't know the exact number. I've asked for it a couple of times. We'll get there through negotiations of positions that were unfilled because nobody applied. And so if something doesn't change, the staffing crisis, I think, is going to get worse. Right sizing might help because we're reducing some of the positions, but as the baby boomers continue to retire, and that's also being met with fewer and fewer people entering into education programs in college, it's going to be harder and harder. So the 4-day week to me is something that people see as a benefit, as a part of having a higher quality of life overall, but maybe not in the way that you think. I received an email from a teacher at Roosevelt Elementary that I just want to share the highlights with you. 5th grade teacher. I don't even know if they're a member or not. I didn't check because it doesn't really matter. But she reached out to me to say that many teachers in my school, I'm quoting now, many teachers in my school feel frustrated that there isn't enough time to prepare our lessons or give feedback to our students on assessments with our current schedule. I'm consistently hearing and can certainly feel too that I don't have enough time for lesson planning for my 3 subjects for Tier 1 and differentiation within that, Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction, especially not within contract hours. But even with the hours I spend in the evenings and weekends, I don't have enough time. I'm also using my classroom 45 minutes before contract time. Teachers need ample time to prepare for their lessons, time to explore the resources for their lessons so that each lesson meets the needs of each student. Our 45 minutes a day of prep isn't enough. And that's assuming it isn't used for IEP, 504, and RTI meetings. That time is never made up or given back. None of the teachers I've heard say they think a 4-day week means we're taking an extra day off work. We all are just ecstatic at the thought of a weekly day to collaborate, prepare, and grade. I am also a single mom of 3 wonderful children and would like to spend more of my unpaid time with them, but find myself multitasking in the evening and weekends to get my teacher responsibilities done and my parent responsibilities done. I heard a coworker say that we are all entitled to feel like we're doing our jobs well. Giving us a day to plan, differentiate, collaborate, and to give feedback would finally allow that to happen. Thank you. So to me, that is something that is echoed across the district from staff. It is not a day off that people are looking for. It is actually time to do the job that they already have, especially with the implementation of HRS, which is really emphasizing collaboration, data dives, planning. There isn't really time in the day to do that. So the 4-day student contact week is not to have a day off. Although certainly from time to time that would be appreciated, but the teacher is even contemplating every of those off days would actually be a work day so that people can teach better. I would encourage you to keep that in mind. The 4-day week has gotten some recent attention, in part because of House Bill 521. I don't know if you're aware of that, but that would restrict access to the funds for maintenance and really the bond payments that's happening. And to me, though, there's a window open, which is if we go to a 4-day week now, because the text of the current bill says if you switch during the fiscal year 2024, which to me means between now and June 30th, then you would not be prohibited from receiving those funds. I'm not a mathematician myself, although I do teach in the math department at Nampa High School, but in the special ed department. And I ran some quick numbers. And interestingly, We have 14 weeks left of school if you count this week. 3 of those are already 4-day weeks. Yesterday was a holiday. That's not in our calendar. We actually don't get paid for those 5 major holidays. We have 185 contract days. The 5 holidays are not in there. So we have 2 more of those after this week where there's already a 4-day week. So we're talking 11 days of school that we have to replace. At 5.5 hours roughly times 11, that's 56 and change. And so you divide that by 52. So we have 52 regular school days left in this year, which is kind of weird to think about. It's not that many. That's just over an hour that you have to extend the current days to meet that. If you remove some of the mentoring days from high school, you could even be less than that, 25, 30 minutes to make up that time. So it's not kind of wild pie in the sky. It actually, I think, would be doable. Mr. LeBou is a whiz at the numbers. That's part of his job, is to calculate those, those hours and all that. Usually the spring semester is longer anyway. So theoretically, it's doable. That would obviously take some gumption to do that. But if you're looking at doing it, I think that's probably a better option than just saying, well, we'll just wait and do it next year and run the risk of losing, $40 to $50 million over the next 10 years. It seems like to me that is going to pass. That bill's going to pass. It has a income tax reduction in it. It's an election year. I don't see how it's not going to pass. I don't know who's going to stop it from passing. I don't have any inside information on that, just in terms of, seeing what they're talking about. It's such a huge kind of omnibus bill. It was designed to make it impossible really to not pass it. So I think that's going to happen. And again, the benefit, I think, of the 4-day week is to actually make the education of the students better, not just to remove it. I think the fears of the governor and the legislators who are trying to discourage, if not dissuade, and prohibit people like us from going to a 4-day week, they have the wrong view of education. I think they view us mostly as state-sponsored daycare, and they can't fathom taking away 20% of the state-sponsored daycare. But that's not really what I hope we think we're all doing. And so I think those extra days of planning, preparation, collaboration is actually what that extra day would mean. And I would hope that you consider that.
Okay, Mr. Coffey, I'm going to have you stay up there in case any
Sure.
of my fellow trustees have any questions for Mr. Coffey.
No, I was just reading the text that you mentioned in the. I was listening to what you were saying also. But
He wants to make that clear.
You're right. You're right about the
Yeah, and trustees, for reference, that bill did pass the House Revenue and Taxation Committee this morning with bipartisan support, and it now heads to the floor. So Clerk Lamont sent you guys the most updated verbiage this afternoon at my request, because Dr. Russell and I were at the Day on the Hill today. So you guys have that most updated language. All right, Mr. Coffey, as always, thank you for your time. I just wanted to know if there were any questions, and we'll see you next month, if not sooner.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Never mind.
All right, it is now our turn. Just so anybody who is in the audience knows, right after we do trustee comments, we are going to go into public comment. If you plan on speaking tonight, you will want to sign up in the hallway right over there. There's a sign-in sheet. You'll just sign your name, and then Clerk Lamont will bring that over. And you guys are free to go if you guys are ready to make your exit. Thank you again for coming this evening.
Bye, Oscar.
See you, Jeff.
All right, trustees, we will start with whoever would like to start this evening, and then move through the rest of us to the left. Trustee Sue, how about you? Anything?
How about you?
Then we'll just go.
You got nominated.
Excuse me. Excuse me. I apologize. I'm hearing rumblings from staff members and teachers about so much change going on. There's a lot going on. There's a lot to process, and so I think my caution would be, unless it's absolutely necessary, I think there needs to be a pause or let go of the gas a little bit from the district on a lot of these changes, and just give people time to absorb everything that's happening. So yeah, that's all I got.
Okay.
Yeah, just a couple of things, because of what Mr. Coffey mentioned, I've been thinking a lot about this 4-day week proposal also. And I don't think for one second I ever thought that it would be a day off for teachers to not be in school. I mean, it's contract days, 5 days. But I do recognize, and I remember way back when I was doing my student teaching, and that was as a student, and all the preparation that I did 20 years ago in my student teaching. And I remember, I don't know how I got, maybe I should check. Maybe I didn't even pass my student teaching, but I don't remember how I got through that, because there was a lot of preparation that happened not in the classroom. So been thinking about that a lot. You know, and it comes down for me, and we'll talk about this probably a little bit later, you know, but just as comments, it comes down for me is to make sure that the students have those required hours in the classroom and in the seats. And I know the district is looking at that. But on the flip side of that, if there's a way that we can provide some, not necessarily relief, but just some extra time for preparation, I get that also. You know, our goal is to make sure that the students are getting the quality education that they deserve in the district. And if that can be accomplished in a 4-day week, great. If that can be accomplished or not be accomplished, then, you know, but that's for discussion. And I appreciate the district's work in all of that. To Trustee Sue's comment, since you brought it up, things are moving quick, and there's a lot of things moving on different tracks at the same time. And as we have these conversations with the district, and there's reasons why. This is not, I mean, I know that if it was up to you guys, as up to the district, we would run one track at a time. However, there are some things that just have to happen. And, you know, it's kind of like that perfect storm. Things are just moving at a pace that things need to be done and decisions need to be made by certain timelines. And I think because of that, it does feel, and probably not even feel, it is a reality that things are just moving very, very quickly. So I appreciate your comments, but there are reasons that we can't take the foot off the gas at this point right now until those things are addressed. That's all I had.
So yeah, I got to spend some time today. ISBA held, oh, Stephanie. Hey, okay, perfect. She's on and she can hear us. Okay, I hadn't looked up. Okay, good. Sorry, I'm just glad. Thank you for coming in from home. I know that can be a little bit technically difficult. Anyway, got to spend some time today on the Hill, and I actually left really proud. I think we're on the forefront of the changes that a lot of districts are going to have to make, and they are now playing catch up, and we have made some really great choices with moving to the state insurance. Multiple, what was it, 97 schools in the state of Idaho are on a 4-day week already in charters. Yeah. So there was a lot of schools that were already on this 4-day week. So I got to hear a lot about that. But a lot on facilities, which we've been talking around, a lot on bonds, a lot on lack of monies. It just really felt good to feel like we were already clued in as a board, because our administration does such a good job of being really visionaries in what we will deal with, what we have to assess, and how to make those changes quickly to really save our asses on, to really save us. to really save us. That's the first time ever. That's
Gesundheit.
Thank you. To really save us on the back end for lack of funding. So sorry, I'm really sorry about that. And then I am going to say, and I do love when Mr. Coffey comes up, but I think that sometimes words like crisis can throw us back to 2020. And while, yes, there are always issues that we are dealing with, I also want to throw out, Nampa has some of the most talented teachers, staff, and faculty that I have ever met that is in the classroom every day. And we always keep things moving regardless of what we are dealing with. And that's just a sign of a healthy organization. And then there's some other things I'll bring up tonight, because one of the things that happened today at the Day on the Hill is I feel like our district was just not represented well. A lot of people were able to speak from different boards to the committee. And realistically, we are a large district in a small town, and we get a lot of influence from West Ada and Boise, and sometimes that doesn't bode well for us. So I think it may be time for us to really bring ISBA in and figure out how we can really get involved with bringing some of our concerns to the forefront, because we really are leading the way. And I think it would have been nice to have somebody speak on our behalf with all that we're dealing with and some of the need that we have. There was just some things today talked about authorizing more charters. I think we're starting to see what that's doing to us financially. And we're really talking around, some of those problematic things that can come up for public schools. And that has to be discussed. And that has to be discussed very directly and with a good amount of candor. So, I'll bring that up in future things that I would like to see us deal with are on the agenda, but there's my long-winded, that's what I got.
Very good. Well, I just want to start by letting everybody know we do receive the emails and we do read them. And I appreciate everyone for sending their concerns on both sides of the issues that we're dealing with. And one thing I wanted to touch on is a couple of weeks ago, I had the opportunity to go to West Middle School and to Snake River Elementary. I got to see the community resource centers that they have there. That is such a phenomenal program in all reality. I didn't realize until, it was just a few months ago that this is something that our district is involved in. They're providing clothing, food, utility necessities, things like that for these families that are in need. And it's awesome. I had a great tour guide, Mr. Trimble, and he took us around, and I got to see members of the community coming in, taking advantage of these programs and using them for what they're built for. And there's a lot of need there. They had mentioned some things to me that they're in need of, and so I feel it in my heart that I'm going to go out and try to find those resources myself. But I couldn't believe that is something that isn't, and it's publicly known, but obviously I had missed it, and I apologize to them for that. I didn't realize that was something that we had available to the public. So I just wanted to shout out to them and for the work and the effort that staff is doing for that program.
Great. All right. If there's Trustee Ben.
Can you guys hear
Sorry.
me? Is it working?
Comments?
Are you able to hear me? No.
No sound.
Yeah.
She's unmuted, but no sound.
Yeah. Okay.
Trustee Ben, can you hear us?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We cannot hear you, and you're unmuted, correct? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. No sound.
Got any lip readers in the?
If there are any comments, Trustee Benz, that you want to make, if you want to email something in, I can go back after public comment and read your comments. I know that Trustee Benz got to spend yesterday a day on the Hill.
Mm-hmm.
What you can hear?
I can hear on the webcast. I just can't hear her in here.
Oh.
So on the when you're actually watching the YouTube, I can hear her.
Oh.
So something's weird in here.
Trustee Benz, the public can hear you. We just can't hear you. If you want to make your public comments, you are welcome to. Oh,
okay.
Oh, okay. Why don't we do 5 minutes and then I'll come back to her. Okay, 5 minutes and we'll come back to you.
Are we taking a 5-minute break or just giving her 5 minutes?
Let's give her 5 minutes. Can we move on to public comment or no? Okay, because if she can hear us, then they can fix it on the back end. Unless trustees, does somebody need a 5-minute break?
Not yet.
Oh, good. Because we're not even a half an hour in.
Last minute long. Let's not jinx it.
I know. That's what I'm trying. I know. Listen, I told Ryan I'd be by 7:30, and he's like, "Don't lie to me." Thank you. All right. So for public comment, we have two. I'm going to invite you up. When I invite you up, you'll say your name, and you can either give us your address or your zone, and then you'll be given 3 minutes. You'll have exactly 3 minutes to speak, and then your time will be cut. Couple things, just because I see some new people in the audience. If somebody's talking and you agree with what they're saying, just simply raise your hand. We don't cheer, we don't clap. That way we can hear everybody and we can move on in an orderly fashion. So I'm going to call L'Oreal Brandt up first. If you want to take the podium. And L'Oreal, you'll be speaking on the 4-day school week.
Yes.
Okay, so you're just going to give us your name and then, like I said, address or zone, and then your time will start.
Okay, just like the street address, is that all you
That's
need?
perfectly
Okay.
fine. Just what you wrote on the paperwork.
Okay, so I'm L'Oreal Brandt, and I live on 11480 West Concord Riverway. And my concern with the 4-day school week is my daughter is severely handicapped. And so me and my husband both work. We don't have anybody who can take care of her on, I guess, whatever day ends up getting chosen. And so for us, like during COVID, we had a really hard time because there was no resources for her. And that really delayed a lot of her development. And so that's, I guess, mainly our concern, me and my husband, is because she is so severely handicapped that there really aren't any other services that we can have to provide for her for that last day. So that's my main concern. That's all I have.
Is that everything?
Yes.
Thank you for sharing your concerns with us this evening. Okay, next up is Sarah Butler.
Hello, my name's Sarah Butler and I live in Zone 5.
Got it.
Originally, I was going to come today and speak about the disposition of the property that would be from the schools that are closed, but something else came up. I'm on the Democratic Caucus Committee, so we're looking for locations for our caucus. And we wanted to use the Nampa High School cafeteria. And in fact, the vice principal told us we could at one point, but then he got back to us and said that it was against policy. Which I would understand, except for that the Republicans are holding their caucuses at Skyview, Columbia, and Lone Star. And I'm just asking for an equitable policy. And I'd like clarification if there's a policy so that I'm just looking for equity in the use of the facilities. A remedy I would suggest if there's no policy is that it's first come, first served without partisanness, or you just say, no, we're not going to do any partisan events. Well, thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Mr. Stuffer, it looks like you have a response. Possibly you know this policy?
Yes, Chair Taylor. Actually, this goes with Idaho code that the buildings are now made available. School public buildings can be made available for the caucuses. It would be depending on the time that they may have contacted. We can work with Nampa High. They are aware now of the policy where they can have the caucuses in buildings. So they are currently aware of that. I'm not sure of the timing, but I'm more than happy to visit with you and figure that out. But they are available. We can't do them simultaneously. We would have to make sure we do it at different times, but we could definitely,
that would be fun,
kind of
though.
entertaining. It would be entertaining in some shape, but we can definitely attend to those.
Thank you.
Is that a recent statute?
It is.
Oh, okay.
It is.
Okay.
Did this happen around the time of we had to open up the schools for
Yes.
bonding and such? I remember that. Okay,
Yep.
that is
Yep.
very recent. All right.
Yep.
Mrs. Brandt, can I have you give your email address to Clerk Lamont so that Mr. Stoffer can be in touch with you? Or Mr. Stoffer
give
can
it
take
right
it now. Yeah, just take it now. We don't even have to do the formality. Look at that.
the middleman.
Ta-da, all fixed. See how fast that was? All right, that concludes our segment for public comments. Do we have Trustee Benz able to communicate with us yet?
I can try. Can you hear me now?
Something with our stuff.
Okay.
Working on solutions.
Okay. Clerk Lamont, can you reach out to Trustee Benz and see if she would like to do her public comments as a matter of the record? And then if not, we'll just move on and thank you.
She'll be emailing them momentarily.
Perfect. All right. Then at that, I will go ahead and once we get those, I will read those. So we will now move into the consent agenda, and I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion made by Trustee Kirkman, seconded by Jennings, and passes unanimously. If you can get Stephanie's vote.
And that late addition, Clerk Lamont, for the personnel report was included in the.
Yes.
Correct.
I think I don't have her vote, but
Okay.
I'm just gonna do all ayes.
And then ask, and okay, after.
Because I think she's communicating with both of us. If there's a nay, we'll let you guys know.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to move to action, and that is going to move directly into A, the Charter School Performance Certificate. Dr. Russell?
Chair Taylor, trustees, tonight going to take a possible action on the charter school performance certificate. So the Nampa School Board authorizes 3 charter schools, Gym Prep, Pathways, and Idaho Arts. And part of that authorization is to do an annual review of some of their schools' organizations, things like their nutrition services, their special ed, their human resources, their finance, and their federal programs. And so we have sent our folks out to review those documents with them, review those areas to make sure that they are in compliance, that they're meeting federal laws and state laws. And you'll see in your board packet those certificates that we have reviewed all of those. And so administration recommends approving the annual reviews for our 3 charter schools.
Okay, trustees, do we have any questions for Dr. Russell?
And just so we're clear, this is being done at the request of the State Board of Department of Education with no compensation to the Nampa School Board.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Sue, yes, this is part of the role of authorizing a charter school. There is no compensation that is getting for the school district or the employees of the district.
Trustees, any additional questions?
Chair Taylor, trustees, they did, there are 3 motions that were submitted, but if you would like, you can make it into one motion and just add the additional charters if you choose.
Trustees, if we have no other questions, I will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the performance certificate for Gem Prep, Idaho Arts, and Pathways.
Okay, a second. Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Sorry, I'm just noting really quick where we need to confirm with trustee Benz.
I'm already doing.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, from there, that ends the action portion. Let me see if we have trustee.
Chair Taylor.
Yes.
It looks like we may need to take about a 5-minute break. We're having some issues, I think, with StreamYard. So before we move into the informational items, would that be possible?
That'd be possible. Okay, 5-minute break while we go over our technical difficulties.
Hey, Stephanie, can you go on mute?
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yay! I'm still in the middle of typing up my thoughts to send in, if you still need me to do that. Hello?
comments?
Yes.
And Clerk Lamont, are we free to bring that up now? Okay.
We still have an echo.
Shouldn't be. It was muted.
And now? No echo.
Yeah, well, there's no echo.
That was an echo.
You must echo.
Yeah, that was an echo.
So when Trustee Binns is speaking, you guys will be muted.
Okay.
And vice versa.
Okay.
Sure.
So is she muted right now?
She is.
Okay. Trustee Binns, it looks like we are able to unmute you and allow you to make your comments. So Tyler is going to, or Mr. Keefe is going to unmute you now and mute us. So we won't be able to talk back to you, but you are able to make your comments.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about the technical difficulties, and thank you for letting me participate in this way this evening. I did want to second what Trustee Taylor was saying about the representation of the Nampa School Board on the Hill. I did have the opportunity to participate yesterday, and it was a wonderful opportunity to meet other board members, other trustees from around the state, and also district administration. And we were able to actually sit in on some presentations to the Senate Education Committee, which was very interesting. And one of the recommendations that I would make for next year, because sometimes incidental opportunities arise to speak with legislators, to have ahead of time before the event some authorized talking points so that whoever happens to be representing the board in whatever day, whatever function, we're kind of talking off of the same page. We already know that we have the authorization to speak to legislators on behalf of Nampa, so that if anything happens to occur, we can have the appropriate conversations. Just something to think about. And there are some very interesting innovative solutions that are occurring all over the state. And there's a lot of, I was very heartened by the consensus of all participants in the education sphere, all of the education or advocacy organizations. That includes the State Department of Education, the Idaho Administrators Association, the Idaho School Board Association, and the Idaho Education Association are all kind of working very closely together to ensure that the best outcomes are happening for our students. It's a very student-focused experience, and I was very heartened to see that. Other than that, those were my big takeaways, and it sounds like 4-day weeks, we're kind of on the cusp of that. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Binns. Glad that you got to make your comments. Okay, from there, you guys, that actually concludes our action portion. So we are going to go into information items and reports. We will start with a 4-day school week. Dr. Russell?
Chair Taylor, trustees, tonight we are going to share some information and about the potential of a 4-day school week. And tonight is purely information. I have heard various things and rumors out there. And this all we're at this point is trying to learn about what impacts this may have on our school district. So I'm going to ask Tyler to go ahead and bring up a little bit of the presentation. We're going to have a little kind of a tag team approach to this. Several of the folks for the district are going to come up and share around the areas that they kind of oversee or work with. I'll share some information as well. The way the presentation is going to go through is there'll be kind of an overall introduction, kind of explaining why we're here, why we're looking at it now. We'll move in to talk about some research, a little bit of it. I won't spend a ton of time around the research on it. And then we'll go into exactly how it would impact our district in a variety of areas. And we'll look at each of the areas in our district, kind of send out with the possible benefits of that, and then some also challenges of going to a 4-day week. And we'll go through each kind of department that way. And then after that's done, there's some possible avenues for us to discuss about what are the next steps. What would be some thoughts from the board on that? As we go through, I would encourage you to ask questions. And it's always hard. You can wait to questions to the end, and it might get answered. But then, if you're like me, you got questions, and then you forget what kind of question you were going to ask anyway. So it might be best just to kind of ask those and get those out as we go through it. So Tyler, would you go ahead and skip to the, let's see, next slide, if you would. So that kind of shows the overview of what we're going to cover tonight. And let's go to the first part here, kind of why we're here. So we are here for a couple of reasons. First of all, when we were going through some of the mitigation strategies to deal with some of our financial cliffs that we were facing, we began to receive some emails, and quite a few actually, that recommended, why don't you go to a 4-day school week rather than close a school? Or why don't you go to a 4-day school week rather than change a schedule, or et cetera, et cetera. It was actually surprising to get as many as we did around that. And so what we did as administration is thought, well, maybe we should at least solicit how much interest is there in the community from our parents about looking into the 4-day week. So we did send a survey. The survey was part of our high school schedule change. There was one question on there that asked whether we should look into the idea of a 4-day school week. And we're very surprised. So there was quite a few respondents here. You can see the number there, well over 2,000 respondents, almost to 3,000. You see the breakdown, and 73% recommended that the district at least look into a possible 4-day school week. So that was one of them. The second one has to do with just the role of the district. We want to be a district that is a flagship district that is always looking ahead and being a kind of on the cutting edge and thinking about where is the district going to be in 3, 5, 10, 15 years from now. Chair Taylor mentioned this, but I found out some information that I was actually really proud of the Nampa School District. I was in a meeting last week. The district went to state insurance a couple of years ago, one of the very few districts in the state that did. And that took some work for us to be able to do that. But I found out the school districts that didn't, they're actually going to receive less insurance money this year. So it's going to be a bigger challenge from them. And I think we were lucky and fortunate to make the move when we did. We got one of the best insurance packages in the state. And that's the idea of just being a leader and thinking about the future and making certain decisions that we need to.
Healthy organizations predict well. And I want to make sure that it's not luck, because our administrative team puts a lot of man hours in. And sometimes you guys all discredit yourselves because it's not luck. It's really very healthy how much you guys look at the budget, look at what we can change, look at what moves are going to be good for staff. I'm just talking you up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
so no, thank you, Chair Taylor. Looking at survey information, looking at, the future, what is the Nampa School District in 5, 10, 15 years, and then also looking at currently where Nampa sits in the grand scheme of things. And what I mean by that is we are a fairly large district, but also in a town that is very different from West Ada and Boise. So where we sit is we need to compete against the little guys, and we can pay more, but the little districts also go to the 4-day week. Majority of them are. And that makes them very competitive to us when it comes to hiring. And we are in a very competitive hiring environment. But we cannot pay as well as the larger districts. And there's a couple of reasons for that. Boise has extra taxes that they're able to do. They set a precedence there. West Ada is larger and continually growing, so they're able to have more funds. So we kind of sit in the middle where we're not able to compete financially to that level to pay teachers. But we also have on the other side the 4-day week. So we kind of sit there, and it's an interesting dynamic for us to be able to hire. And as we go through more and more shortages, and as our association mentioned, that is a national trend, not just an Idaho trend. Less teachers are coming into the profession, more are retiring. In the next 5, 10, 15 years, it's going to get worse as we go through. So all of those combined are why we're here kind of looking at this. The last thing I want to mention on that, though, this does not have anything to do with finances. While it can save some, potentially save some finances, it really does not save to the dollar amount that we need to. Going back to the changes that we're making, and many of the changes that we're experiencing this year, and it is a lot. Many of those were forced upon us for us to be able to make sure that we're on a good financial standing. Next slide here, we'll go into the research a little bit and just briefly talk about that. I'm going to start by, I think, just echoing what Director Knopp had mentioned. And he said this to me, and I thought it was really wise of him. He said, if you want to find research to not go on a 4-day week, you can find it. And if you want to find research to go on a 4-day week, you can find it. It is pretty much kind of inconclusive, really, as you look at the research. There isn't a lot. There are some out there. And depending on where you want to find information, you can make a justification to go either way with it. Overall, though, qualitatively, looking at many stakeholders, and that includes staff, parents, and students, are very satisfied with the 4-day week. Talking with other school districts around, one striking thing to me is no district goes back. Once they go to 4, they stay on 5. It is something that has helped with recruiting and retaining staff, and many staff and parents also enjoy it. Qualitatively, there is actually no statistical difference between student achievement. Going depending on the studies that you read and you look at, you will find somewhere 4-day weeks students aren't performing as well compared to 5-day weeks. One of the keys has to do with the amount of hours, and that's a very important one. And we'll talk about that in a minute here. So if you go to the next
Hold
slide.
on, just a quick question. Clarification, that first bullet under quantitative data, no statistical difference for student attendance or achievement?
First bullet point, attendance.
It is attendance then? Okay.
Yes. So one of the recommendations has to do with students attend better. Now there is some anecdotal evidence that, talking with those school districts, they would say, yeah, we've seen better attendance. But study-wise, statistically, there's nothing that we can find that would say a 4-day week kids attend better more than others.
And clarification as well, is it the same for achievement? Because that is the word that you used.
Absolutely, yes. Achievement, there is no definitive information that would say one way or the other. And we'll talk about some of the things that they found in a couple of these studies when it comes to that.
Dr. Russell, real quick.
Trustee Sue.
You had mentioned, and I've heard this comment a couple of times, where the people that go to 4-day a week never go back. And I guess I think of it both ways, right? Is it they don't want to go back because they love it so much, or they can't go back because once you ring that bell, you can't unring it, and people have grown accustomed to it, even though to a detriment, I guess.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Sue, great question and great point. Could be a little of both. We'll share some information, at least survey data that some of the districts have sent to us that pre-4-day and then post-4-day, and kind of the increases they've seen. But I don't know if you could, again, broadly speak for every district. Some of it very much have maybe boxed their way into it. Others may do it because they find the value in it in the community. Okay. Any other questions?
No, but I will share that there was a lot of advocacy for it today at Day on the Hill. Just so you guys have this perspective, my first rodeo with this, I was astonished to hear the numbers of schools all through Idaho that are a 4-day. Like, it was like mind blowing in a way. But there was a lot of advocacy for it for those that were. And they had a lot of good points, a lot of good statistical information to say that, like, I think it was something like the highest number that they had that was negative was like 8%. Like, it was a very positive impact based on their advocacy for it. Again, they were advocating in front of the legislation, I'm assuming because of all these new House bills coming up, tying it around the days of attendance. And they've been on it since, like, what was it, like 1998?
She said over 20 years.
Yeah, it was insane. It was not insane, I guess, but just, it was, like I said, mind blowing. So just to share that tidbit of information.
This study here, there's a couple that come out of Oregon State that we looked at. This one had, to summarize it, really focused around hours, the importance of having hours. And what they did is they looked at 12 states and looked at schools' achievement, and they kind of broke them down into 3 categories. Those states or school districts that had high hours, those that had medium hours, and those that had low hours when they looked at those districts across the states. And what they found is the districts that were in the low category, meaning low hours of instruction, did actually see a significant decline on the 4-day week. Those districts that had middle or high hours really didn't see any significant impacts to their achievement that way. So that kind of lends that idea that hours are very critical about how much time kids are in school. And there is an ability, if you go too low, that you can negatively impact students achievement-wise on a 4-day week if a certain amount of hours is. I don't believe it recommended the amount of hours. Trying to think off the top of my head if they did or not. I don't believe they did. I think it just mentioned how they broke those down looking across those 12 states from those times.
That seems pretty logical.
It does. Very
I could have done
very
that
common
study for
sense.
you
Yep.
and came up with the same conclusion.
The next study is actually interesting because again, it's by Oregon State, and they began to look at achievement scores. Tyler, next slide. On NWA map assessment, and they looked at across 6 states. And what they looked at is the growth from fall to spring. And what they saw is that there was a negative impact for non-rural school districts. So like us, being a non-rural school district, if you went to a 4-day, there was a negative impact on that. The other thing they mentioned in that study, again, one of the justifications of going to a 4-day is because it helps with staff retention, less turnover. The teacher is the most important commodity, if you will, in student achievement. A great teacher makes the difference. And what they said there is over time, the negative impact of going to a 4-day week was a little bit greater than the impact of having teachers turn over. So it was a actual significant impact what they looked at. Reading into the study a little more, though, I thought it was interesting because they admitted that they didn't look into hours. So they looked at just pure achievement, but not actually how many hours there are. So the districts that were non-rural that had 4 days, they could have been low in hours. They could have been high, but they also could have been low. So they mentioned that was one of the weaknesses of their study going into that. And I thought it was interesting because some of the same researchers on that also looked in the same study before. But again, the idea, as we just mentioned, common sense, you don't want to get too low. And there could be a negative impact if you do. Next slide, Tyler. We also wanted to look at a study of local, just has anyone studied Idaho? We did use a study by Mr. Barzy. He was a former superintendent out of Westside School District over in Eastern Idaho, a very small school district. I believe they were on a 4-day as well. He did this as part of their dissertation, his research for NNU. And he looked at some Idaho schools. He looked at Idaho IRI, Idaho ISATs from those years you can see on your screen from 2015 to 2019. And he compared 5-day school districts to 4-day school districts, and he found no statistical difference on achievement with that. And so I thought that was, again, interesting of trying to look here in Idaho and see if there was any on it. So again, those were a couple of the things we looked at. The RAND organization has also done some things around that, and there's a link, I think, in the presentation on for folks if they want to read more into that. Again, what it appears is really no definitive one way or the other from it. But I think what we found out from looking at some of the research is the hours do make a difference in ensuring that you have enough time to cover your curriculum, et cetera. All right, let's go with the next one here. So we did reach out to some school districts, and Mr. Yarborough is going to come and share some of that about what the qualitative response was from, we talked to Middleton, Blackfoot, and Post Falls.
Chair Taylor, trustees, thanks again, Dr. Russell. Yeah, as Dr. Russell has described, very much there is that qualitative piece and there is that perception piece. That is what we found in the research and a lot of conversations, particularly with these districts, in what does it mean for your stakeholders, what does it mean for students, and how does that play out? We have a local school district which has high schools similar to the size that we have, although they are a one high school town, Middleton. And we did talk with the Blackfoot School District. I'll share their experience. Also a 4 or 5A school, depending on the year in the current designations under IHSAA. And then we talked with Post Falls, who's a 5A school as well. In conjunction with talking about the move for our high school schedule, that was the reason I wanted to go to Blackfoot specifically. They are the only one in the state that I can find that is a 4-day student contact week on a Tri-6 schedule. So I'll talk about that later in the superintendent's report as well, some things we learned there. Middleton School District, they went to the 4-day school week. They did it in May of the year that they went to it, so a much more compressed time frame than when we are. They actually made that decision in May, and we're ready to roll in August. They did have, from talking with Middleton, Dr. Russell and I went out and spoke with their superintendent and assistant superintendent. They did have, in those first couple of years, just some bumps and things along the way as to be expected, but by far and away, it was definitely viewed as a positive by their community, and that's something that they say for sure. They also shared that when it comes to recruiting and retaining staff, their hiring pool is much more significant than it was before that. Middleton does pay slightly higher than we do, and they are on a 4-day week. So again, as Dr. Russell alluded to, it's harder for us to compete with that scenario for teachers when we're looking at that hiring pool. They do have a few different disadvantages that we don't. One of the things with right size in our district, we believe we're going to be able to keep class sizes somewhat moderate and somewhat where they need to be. Middleton School District has very high class sizes, partly in it as a response to their inability to pass a bond the last few years. So they've seen that. So that's the exposure there. The anecdotal evidence, though, again, from the families and community, very, very supportive of that. They love the 4-day school week there, 4-day student contact week there, excuse me. Blackfoot School District, when they went to a 4-day school week about 3 years ago, I believe it was 3 years ago, they had 62% of their population wanted to go to it. They were in a unique situation because they were the only school district in their county that was not on a 4-day student contact week. There's a number of charters in their county and a number of other things. As soon as they tipped to that, everybody we spoke to, and we spoke to their district administration, administrators at all levels of their school, from elementary, their alternative school, their federal programs director, their front office secretaries said we would never in a million years go back. In fact, you would have to fight us to get back to a 5-day week. They love that, and tipped to 95% within their community were supportive of that within 3 years. So 62 to 95% was what they anecdotally shared with us in the Blackfoot School District.
And Mr. Narba,
Yep.
Can you give us the size of Blackfoot?
Yeah, Blackfoot is very similar to Middleton. Again, they are a one high school town, but they do have a number of elementaries. I think they have 3 elementaries and 1 comprehensive middle school. They have a 6th grade school, however, where they send all their 6th graders and their 7th and 8th graders in their junior high structure, but very similar to Middleton from that perspective.
Thank you.
Mr. Yarbrough, do you know how many charter schools are in that area?
They said that there were, I believe, 5 within the county, and I might be off on that.
Okay. Do you know if there was any student population change when they stayed at the 4-day school work week?
They were able to maintain, because that was one of their issues. They were losing students to all the charters. That was actually a point their superintendent made. They didn't give me the exact numbers, but they said that has leveled in the last 3 years of competition for students and families to go to the 4-day student contact week scenario. That was true. Yep. Make sure I'm not missing anything on the notes here. Again, the big piece for them was recruiting and retaining staff. They felt like that gave them a definite edge. We went and talked to a couple other schools on that side of the state in that same trip. We talked to Rigby High School. It was funny, Blackfoot threw a little bit of a jab at Rigby and Bonneville. They run a 5-day week with a 4.5-day student contact weeks of intervention. They said, no, we're a true 4-day week. So it was interesting to hear that perspective and kind of play out. And that actually has played out for a number of folks within that wider valley and in the communities there, that 4 days is really, really preferable. And they spoke to that as well.
Is Madison on a 4-day or a 5-day?
They are on a 5-day. I believe they're actually on the 4.5-day. I would need to double check that, Trustee Kirkland.
That's fine. You don't.
Yep. I don't. They are not on a 4-day, but they are on a tri-6 again. So those were some of the things we were looking at.
Okay.
Not trying to kill every bird with one stone, but to Trustee Sue's comments earlier, there is a lot of change. And I actually, one thing to think about the 4-day student contact week scenario, while change is very much taxing on people, Dr. Russell expressed it earlier, the point of considering the 4-day student contact week is really hopefully a benefit to our staff and our community and our families. Even though all that change is happening, that is something to run parallel with these other changes that are very, very taxing. At the end of the day, we do hope that if the board chooses to do that, there will be some reprieve for students, families, and staff that will be helpful. Again, as the data points to, that's all about perception, and we know that's how the human mind works. Lastly, Post Falls, I called and spoke with their superintendent as well as Dr. Russell talked about. They just moved to a 4-day student contact week this year, and they were at, I believe, 62% as well as what their initial survey was. But they had resurveyed their staff because resurveyed their community because they said they had done that in a pilot scenario. And I think the number is they just recently completed, I think they're at 71% in favor within a year. So again, a growth of about 10% saying, hey, this works for us. This is what we want to do within that community. I think they intend to run for another pilot year in Post Falls and then determine if they continue down that track.
When you say pilot year, is it just, hey, community, we're doing this for a year and then we're going to take a survey and whoever?
That was very much the impression that I got from the superintendent, and very much it would be a piece of input. And that is one thing with all the surveys and information that we're sending out. I think back to the change thing, it's hard for people to understand. We're not voting. We're getting preferences. We're trying to understand what preferences will be there. And so sometimes in our community, that can be another hard part of we're voting for that. No, it's not voting, as it's looking at all of the details. And in fact, the initial survey, when we said, hey, do you want us to explore this further? It really was that qualitative piece that came in at 73% of our community said, we want you to explore that further. That's compelling evidence to say we need to look at this. Still, at the end of the day, even if 73% say, hey, we should do it, that doesn't mean that the board can do that because of some other things that the board has to consider, right? There's all those pieces. I do think that's just important for us to state as we continue down this of what surveying actually is and what voting is as we navigate that. So,
and can you give me the size of Post Falls?
they are a 5A school district. I believe, again, a one high school district. Yes, they at 5A would be they're over 1,280 students. I think they're closer to 1,700 or 1,800 in Post Falls, if I remember right. But their entire system down as well, going to the 4-day student contact week. So again, the uniqueness, we would be far and away the biggest district in Idaho to move to a 4-day student contact week. What we have been able to find is similar examples, these three included, of districts that are have schools of similar size, not districts of similar size, but schools of similar size and how that's impacted.
I don't have a question yet. I'm gonna reserve this question because I feel like it'll be answered as we continue.
Sure.
Chair, I do have a
Yes,
question.
Trustee Sue.
In terms of follow-up here, to speak to Ms. Brandt, who shared her concern earlier, and other people who, we're in a, I don't want to call us urban, we're in a non-rural area.
Right.
Both parents have to work.
Right.
The fact of the matter is, there are parents that do rely on the school as a place to care for their children, feed them. How do we balance that out in this large of a school district?
Yep. Chair Taylor, Trustee Sue, really appreciate that question. I can speak to that, but I do think through our presentation, we actually are going to bring that up on our federal program slide and talk specifically about that. So if I could, to not be disrespectful, if we could table that for just a second. And if we don't answer that through our presentation, please let me know for sure. We have plans of how to do that. We've already started to reach out to community partnerships and things we could do around that. I did speak with Ms. Brandt actually just after this meeting and told her, regardless of what the board's decision action in the long run is, I'm more than happy to sit down with her and problem solve what resources we may or may not be hooking up her family with that may be of benefit to them. So I can tell you that personally. I spoke with her when we had that break briefly. She was on her way out. So,
Trustee Benz was able just to send in some questions. So I am going to go through her list really quickly if everybody's okay with that.
Or we can just have her ask them.
She doesn't want to go through the whole mute and unmute, which I'm going to agree.
I don't blame her.
I'm going to agree with her. I also would like to not do that, so I'm going to ask these real quick. So it just says, yesterday, 2 districts presented their takes on the move to a 4-day week, and it sounds like achievement was highly dependent upon what types of employment economic conditions exist in the broader community. One district noticed a weekend slide similar to holiday slides during the 3-day weekend. One district saw an increase in achievement because parents who did shift work could better mirror their students' schedules to help support extend learning at home. There is apparently some great info through the ISB about school district. I want to say she probably means ISBA. I was given the contact information for a person who could speak to Idaho studies and qualitative data. What have we considered in this regard? I've heard that there is a proposal by the legislator requiring 4-day districts have a minimum number of days rather than instructional hours, but I can't find it right now. Are you aware of this, and what implications might this have for us as we consider this change? I will send more questions as we go along.
Chair Taylor, trustees, yeah, we are very much aware. We have a slide all presented, actually several slides around what some of the legislative is discussing right now and how that will impact us. Would be Trustee Binns would love to have some contacts through ISBA if you have any more research for us to kind of look through. I would agree and echo with her. Absolutely. Community demographics play a large input into that. What we saw in COVID when students were home was not good achievement wise. We're still struggling from that. And that is a major concern that I think we would need to consider, sending them, to a day at home. However, I'll add just a little bit some things that really struck me. I'm talking with Middleton and Post Falls. A couple of things. One was the ability for them to be able to recruit and retain hard to fill positions. Math, science, special ed, OTs, PTs, psychs, all of those, they said that they don't have to worry about anymore. They used to, just like us, have to struggle about trying to find those spots and hire those. So that was really interesting as you think about helping our vulnerable populations and what that's going to look like. Having a teacher to be able to teach those is really important with it. The other thing that they mentioned about was their ability to stay competitive. So Post Falls was really interesting because they're next to Washington, and Washington pays so much larger. And they would, what she said is we would hire them, train them, and then they would leave us to Washington. And so they were kind of the minor leagues of Washington, if you will. And she said that going to the 4-day has helped keep their staff there, so they're not having to deal that. And again, training a staff and making sure you have a well-trained and educated staff compared to just a bunch of young teachers has made a big impact for them too. So those are a couple things that kind of struck out. I was talking with them.
Did you have any of Trustee Binns' questions that you wanted to answer? Because I want to piggyback off of this because of something I saw today.
So not necessarily, I think Dr. Russell hit on those. One thing I would add in, and again, when we're talking about the instructional and success piece, there is other educational research which talks about it's not about just the amount of hours, it's about the quality of instruction. Again, to Trustee Kirkman's comment earlier, I could have told you that. Yes, that is a piece, again, that is something that we are continually working through with our HRS process and PLC work, which that is something we need to address. And I think that links into what Dr. Russell said with our students being gone for a day. The difference will be on a 4-day student contact week than it was in COVID. We were expecting them to be instructed at home. This is very different now. They could receive high quality, intense, rigorous instruction for 4 days. At our high school level, actually have maybe that 5th day to work, plan, organize, homework, those types of things, which may be a benefit. And those, again, echo pieces of the qualitative data from the districts that said students really love the idea of that. If it's for athletics, if it's for their job, if it's for their academics, there are pieces that do connect with that. Younger kids and the impact there, those are also a balance and things they have to understand and how we can navigate.
So today in the presentation that I saw at the ISBA Day on the Hill, the woman speaking, and I was able to make some good connections too because I wanted more information about this, but she alluded to the fact that her schools, Dr. Russell, this is going directly to you because you were there, that her schools are busy on Fridays and that their special ed population and their most vulnerable are actually in the schools on Fridays. Have we explored some of that of what we'll do because we'll still have buildings? I mean, basically, she said they're still a bustling hub. She said Friday you wouldn't know it's no contact day because people are like living at the schools still. So, is this an assumption, or are we like where are we at with that? Knowing that we'll have kids who need that sped support or do need a 5th contact day, because she mentioned that they're using that day for some intervention, things along those lines. Have we explored that?
Chair Taylor, trustees have explored at this point, and we'll share when we have a whole slide for our special ed students. At this point, we don't anticipate opening, or if we were to have a Friday where we bring in special ed students. Talking with some of the school districts that we just mentioned who had considered doing something like that, what they saw was not actually a lot came. For many of the supports that they put in place. So they put some stuff in for special ed, but they also put some stuff in for feeding students and things like that. Up in Post Falls, they created a whole Friday breakfast and lunch where they staff that, and they said they just did not get the turnout enough to be able to support it for next year. So they're going to discontinue that. But we'll talk about special ed and kind of what that might look like for us, and some of the, again, challenges with that and some benefits from it as well.
Just quick comment on that. Their demographics are a lot different than Nampa's.
Correct.
Every one of these, Blackfoot, Middleton, Post Falls, their demographics are a lot different. And that's all I wanted to say with that, because that could be one of the reasons why
Yes.
they're not.
Blackfoot actually much lower than Nampa. So there is a disparity across all of those. I agree, Trustee.
Do you mean much
lower SES for their community?
Okay, that's what I wanted.
Yep. Tyler, can you give me the next slide? So thank you. The next conversation or my piece, guys, is something that Mr. Coffey spoke to already. We are in negotiations. The board authorized us to start that. We have, for 2 of the negotiation sessions, we've talked about the possibility of what a 4-day student contact week might look like. In our first session, Mr. Coffey shared that of the surveyed respondents, and these are members of the NEA who responded, 90% of them asked the NEA to be supportive of publicly supportive of a 4-day student contact week. And I do think that that's an important piece when we look at all of the challenges and all of the community we're trying to serve. We can't forget that part of this is about recruiting and retaining staff. And the more we open up to, well, Friday doesn't look any different, well, then all those teachers who actually need that time to prep and plan, it takes that away. That is one of the conversations and the opportunity costs we have to navigate in a way as we think this conversation through. What does a Friday look like? To be clear, the 4-day, the districts that we went and talked to, they do not have staff in the building every Friday. In fact, those 4 districts have teachers in 1 Friday a month. There is another school district in the Valley, Homedale does theirs 2 Fridays a month for planning and preparation. The reason I bring that up on this slide, negotiations, if the board were to say, yes, we want to go to a 4-day student contact week paradigm, negotiations is still ongoing. We would have to then negotiate, what does the workday look like? Currently, we have an 8-hour workday for 185 contract days. Does that mean it's now a 9-hour day? Does that mean it's now an 8-hour and 30-minute day? Those are pieces that we would have to negotiate through. And then the last piece or bullet there, which I think is really important, it really is, and I don't want to use the word non-negotiable because you're in negotiations, but we cannot not carry forward with our HRS work and our PLC work. Every research practice and education shows that those elements are the key for collaboration to deal with and support student learning needs and other needs that students have. So we would have to have that very specific within our contract, what that looks like, what the expectations for teachers are, how we would protect the collaboration time, as well as planning and preparation time for teachers. So just wanted to share that from the NEA perspective as well.
HRS says highly reliable schools. Remind me of PLC.
PLCs are professional learning communities.
Thank you.
And that's actually much more ingrained in the school setting than HRS is. It revolves around the idea of creating teams that answer questions around student data and performance to then adjust instruction based off what the student needs are.
Thank you.
And this was a question that had come to my attention and I wrote it down. And just tell me if you're going to cover it later on and I'll just shut up. But with the 4-day week possible, would those teacher quote unquote prep days or professional days, would those be necessary in the school calendar? Because given the Friday, and I think that's what you're alluding to on that last part.
I am, and I would actually go so far as to say, again, negotiating in good faith with the NEA, we would need to construct exactly what that time is used or designated for to help our teachers navigate to a new structure. What I will give anecdotally, when we went through COVID, one of the biggest benefits we had when we went to half the students half the time, if you remember those days where we had an A-B block, but it was only half the students half the time. We had Wednesday that was collaboration and intervention day. Every conversation I had with teachers, that was insanely valuable for them to prep, respond to student need, and the things that they could do. And every conversation I had with kids, they loved the Wednesday that they could get their homework done, get wrapped around all of those pieces. I would highly suggest if this board chooses to go to a 4-day student contact week, we do not look at Wednesday. There's some reasons to do that. But I can tell you from the experience we've had in Nampa, how much that idea of getting together, planning, working with other staff members around student needs, that's very important. In our current calendar, we do early release every Wednesday for PLC work, and we have an hour. That's proven to be it's spotty at best. And what I mean by that is because of staff turnover and those things, it takes time to get people to understand what that process looks like and to do that well. We have pockets in our districts that are doing that fantastic. We have pockets that still need work on that PLC model. And that hour early release on Wednesday is something that if the board does not choose to do a 4-day student contact week, we still need to have time on our calendar for that collaboration. But we could look at other ways of doing that should the board choose to do a 4-day student contact.
And to be clear, you're just really asking that we build structure into the contract so that there's a big understanding of how this move will look for all.
1,000,000%.
Got it.
Chair Taylor, trustees, that was one of the recommendations, that have strong clarity about expectations on Fridays and not to have that to be loose from the districts that we talked with.
Okay.
I believe that's my 2 slides.
Oh, just 2. Oh man, I felt like we did 7.
I felt like that.
And that was 2.
Actually, one more, Mr. Yarborough, if you would, because we do not have anyone for federal programs.
Yeah.
That is
I
actually the
apologize.
next slide
Yep.
up. So this.
I lied.
Now you're on 3.
Mr. Trimble, our federal programs director, he is at an RTI conference right now. I apologize for all the late you speak. RTI is a response to intervention. Again, a key piece of that PLC process. When a student isn't learning, what do we do to intervene? How do we instruct? That's also connected with our special education, because if you RTI enough and prove that, hey, this isn't working, then you have to look at specially designed instruction to serve the needs of students. But he's at that conference right now. We did ask our federal programs departments to look at 3 big pieces. Number one, as Trustee Jennings talked about earlier, our FCRC program and our school community resource centers. We had them talk about that. We talked about our McKinney-Vento and foster care students. It's one of the other departments within our federal programs. Then we talked with our migrant ed as well. These 3 populations, here's some possible benefits and possible challenges that Mr. Trimble worked through with his team. Again, very, very consistent with what we've seen in the other perspectives of other districts that we've talked to and how their federal programs teams have worked, and also some of the challenges that we see. So I'll let you read for yourself there. Again, the benefits, we can actually access some families that we can't right now. When school gets out, particularly in the spring and fall, for some of our migrant ed families, for example, we have to have our employees stay later or flex hours to be able to meet with those families because they can't get in out of their workplace if that's working in the field or working on a dairy. So this actually would help by extending those things and allowing flexibility for our staff of what those hours look like to meet that. That was one thing on the migrant ed piece. A challenge for migrant ed, one of the things that's beneficial is us providing tutoring time within that for students. If we went to a longer student contact day in those 4 days, that would be a longer day for those students in tutoring. So that could be a possible challenge. He also looked at, again, the idea of food scarcity and what that means for a number of families. We do have many programs, particularly the one that's most popular is our backpack program, where we send food home with some of our needy students over the weekend. We would have to load those up on Thursday, and that would be more food, which is totally possible. But the idea of how will we get that and how will we load that up, because a 7-year-old carrying 2 backpacks of food home is a lot, right? That's a big challenge. We did talk about that being somewhat of a barrier that we'd have to navigate around. And then again, for our McKinney-Vento students, which again are those students experiencing homelessness, that causes a unique challenge in and of itself. And if you're not there on a day when they need you in that moment, that could be a detriment to those populations in certain ways. So those were really the federal programs pieces that Mr. Trimble worked with his staff on, and we've talked through. Again, I can speak to deeper detail if you have any questions for any of those populations and how we serve them. Do feel though that any of those departments could navigate on a 4-day student contact week and still serve the needs of our families.
And just to add to that, likely seeing FCRCs open on a Friday. Likely would have to increase our backpack program to ensure that there is food for families over a 3-day weekend is something we'd have to do. Likely have to have our McKinney-Vento open on a Friday or have some ability for our families with that.
Can we just define FCRC?
Yes.
Family Community Resource Center.
Thank you. Lots of acronyms, and we got the news.
Edu-speak.
I thought we would make sure that they knew. Okay.
Our next slide has to do with our athletics and activities. Mr. Lebu is going to come and just share some information as he was talking with some of our athletic directors.
Mr. LeBou, how many slides do you have?
One.
Oh, one. Okay.
As of right now.
One. We're going to try to stay on your slide.
Yeah, short and sweet. One of the challenges with both athletics and activities is time out of class for travel. And it's interesting in having conversations with our high school athletic directors. One of the first questions they asked is, what day of the week? And they're like, make it Monday. Personally, Monday works better. But in seriousness, if Friday ended up being that day, what it would do is it would allow travel time that would not conflict with instruction frequently for weekend activities or travel where Friday travel is necessary. So that would be very beneficial. On the challenge side, depending upon the week, it could mean a few fewer practices. Most practices are for students to be eligible, they need at least 10 practices ahead of time. Once again, things that we could navigate. One of the things that's super exciting about the improvements that we have and the addition of field turf is having facilities that are prepared and capable of hosting large events. A 4-day week, student contact week, would allow us to host some events without impacting classes to host those events. Additionally, one of the things that becomes a challenge in hosting large events is finding staffing for that. And having a 4-day student contact week, if planned well, we would have staff potentially available to help support those events. So I cannot tell you how excited our athletic directors are with the addition of field turf and how that's going to benefit not just athletics, but activities too, as far as
Sports parents are very excited. People are finding me in places I didn't even know they knew I was. And they're like, oh, by the way, 4-day school week, sports. Like, okay, gotcha.
Right. One of the other things, and this is not necessarily specifically tied, but one of the things that came forward as a concern from our coaches was what would happen if we had a longer contact day and a longer day, and there was some concern. And so one of the things that we've talked about on the trimester is how well fall, winter, and spring aligns with fall, winter, and spring sports. And so our intent, or one of the things that we like to do, and this isn't necessarily specifically tied to the 4-day, although it definitely is a complement to it, would be to give those students the opportunity to earn credit, athletic credit, elective credit, and actually begin their practices in that 6th period. And that could extend outside of sports, but the benefit in doing that creates opportunities for students to earn elective credit, but also to get those practices done in a timely manner that would not impact our ability to recruit and retain coaches. The flip side of that, on the challenges side, is if you had a 3-sport athlete, there's a potential that they would potentially kind of lose an option there because of they would drop one potentially with a 3-sport athlete, but minimal, and we think the benefit outweighs the cost there. Additionally, that Friday creates opportunities for more in-depth coaching and or practices to support activities that would be beneficial as well. So those are some of the potential hiccups, but also benefits of a 4-day week.
So, Madam Chair, Mr. LeBou, as far as sports, and here's a little bit of my ignorance probably showing through, but I mean, truly, the only Friday sport is football, isn't it?
Friday's a big one but when it comes to tournaments, there are some travel for tournaments that would be impacted as well.
But it wouldn't really, I mean, because basketball is going through the whole week. I mean, if they're
Correct.
traveling, it's through the week. So that's
Correct.
not going to really affect
Correct.
basketball. So it's just, okay.
Well, I think that I think it affects a lot of club sports. just to throw that out there, and we have a lot of kids who are involved in club sports. I think that that's why I'm getting so many parents coming forward.
Right.
Just for clarification as to where that's coming
That's
from.
that's a great addition, Trustee
Yeah.
Taylor.
Which not everybody's in club sports. I just was
And-
throwing out that those generally
right.
take up the whole weekend.
And I get that. But we're not discussing this for the benefit of club sports, right?
No.
We're discussing
Yeah,
this for the
totally get
benefit
it.
of-
I just
okay.
wanted to be clear as to where that came from.
All right.
Chair Taylor, Mr. LeBou, so in high school, we did that. We actually did our 7th hour. We did, 7 periods in a day. And our last hour, if you were sports, affiliated, you chose a sport where you actually got credit for the practice. But coincidentally enough, our coach was also the weightlifting coach who was then able to go outside, and we could do football instead of weightlifting, if you would. What's going to happen when you have the teachers that might be the science, math, English teachers who are also the basketball coach that have that 6th period where they can't be with the kids to offer that?
So what we believe can happen, and yeah, I'll let Wayman.
Trustee Taylor, Trustee Jennings, thank you. Great question. I am going to cover that in the superintendent's report when I talk about Tri-6 schedule. With having our staff move to teaching 15 of 18 options for kids, we can actually fold that in as an option for those teachers to teach. So literally, it could be they would still hold 12 academic courses that they're teaching in the year and be a 3-sport coach if they needed to. Most of our coaches are not 3-sport coaches. They're 1 or 2 sports. So it will be, again, that one period. We would have them as that teacher doing that, and they would teach 4 academic classes within their schedule is how that would work. And I'll show you some models of that later. So, yep.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. LeBou? Activities?
You guys are really doing a good job hitting all the potentials.
More potentials
yes.
coming, and this has to do with our operations. And so I believe our next slide has to do with our operations, and Mr. Stoff is going to share what are some of the benefits and possible drawbacks to some of our technology maintenance and those type of things.
Mr. Stuffer, how many slides do you have? Just the one?
Chair Taylor, Board of Trustees. Again, in front of you have a few of the departments that I oversee. There's 2 that are not on here that I will mention, and those are our contracted departments, which are our busing and our custodial services, because there are some things that are in there, but they're not in-house. And so those can be mitigated through some contractual components. But just wanted to identify the reason why they're not on there is because they're contracted, and we would have to renegotiate some of our contracts with them. First, on the technology side, one of the benefits that we have is currently how we are staffed. We're staffed when students are here, and so that we can help support both staff members and students with the technology uses. Going to a 4-day week, we do have the capacity to open up some time where we would not have to contract some of the work that we currently have to contract for potential savings to the district. An example of that is pulling cable throughout the building. It's very difficult for us to do that while kids are in session and having people up in the rafters and removing tiles and going through classrooms. So we contract a lot of that to be during the nights. And it is a cost that is continually rising as we are continuing to build our infrastructure as technology continues to evolve. That was one of the main benefits that we saw. In order to do that, we would still need to modify to a 2-shift type of a process where we would have staff available during the day, still working on an 8-day schedule or an 8-hour schedule, and then still have Fridays available to be able to do that work when students are not in the building. So that's one of the potential challenges, but it's a very small challenge. It would be more of a scheduling component that we would have to organize. We feel comfortable in doing it, but yet a challenge for us to negotiate through. You'll see a similar line item for our maintenance department. Now, they're not they're there to help any of the things that take place throughout the day, and also help us looking to be able to maintain some of our building pieces that sometimes have to wait because we can't close down whole bathrooms. We can't close down the kitchen to get in and do some of these remodels. We have to wait to do those things. It does afford us some opportunities to be able to get in when kids are not there and maintain some of these systems that we have in a more timely manner, and or not have to work on outsourcing some of them because of our hourly commitments. We don't have to put somebody in on the weekend doing that. Nutrition is really where we see some of the challenges with a 4-day work week. Because it is a self-sustaining department, meaning that its sales of food, both breakfast and lunch, are what pay for the employees in the nutrition department. We don't have general funds that pay for those. They're a self-sustained department, the only department that we have that has its own funding source. And through that, they would have to modify their schedules, and there would be some loss of revenue. There would be loss of hours for staff, which equates to about 8 FTE or full-time employees that we'd have to reduce. There's a question of, again, staffing. How do we maintain staffing when most staff would now have to go to a 32-hour week in comparison to a 40-hour week? Now, they would maintain their benefits because they would meet those requirements, and so there's positives on that. But again, that loss of income, that monthly income, is a detriment to many of our employees in that field. Now, with that, we did look at some mitigating factors that are not currently listed in here because I was trying to look at some solutions for that. So maybe as a plug, if we're looking at the 4-day week, one of the things that can help mitigate these is if we do look at adding a lunch time to our secondary schools, particularly our high schools, because right now we're on a 1 lunch schedule. And as we've seen with the renovation of Skyview, if you build a place where they want to be, if there's a place they want to be, they come and they spend more time there. And we've seen those increases at Skyview over the last year that we've done the remodel in the cafeteria. So there's a couple components that could help our nutrition service there. Another one is if we did close our high school campuses. I know not an exciting one, not one that people love, but if we did close that and stop having to compete with the McDonald's of the world, we would have more students that would be eating in our cafeterias, and more of our free and reduced lunch kids would then have access and stay in our cafeterias. And there's a potential of increased revenue based off of those decisions if we decided to go that route, which would help mitigate some of the losses that nutrition is receiving. More kids being fed require more staffing, and so there would be some opportunities to recoup some of the losses by going to a 4-day week. Now, in conjunction with that, we've done some work on looking at how we could help out with the food scarcity through our food nutrition department on that 5th day. There are possibilities through our rebounding that if we hit some certain thresholds, that we would be available to offer some of those free and reduced lunches that we do during the week on a Friday to our kids and our families that would like to access it, which then would allow us to recoup again some of that lost FTE. Would mean that we would have some employees that would still be on a 40-hour work week. That would not be the majority, but it would recoup and help us in that capacity, and it would fill that need for that food scarcity component if people chose to come and receive it. So food nutrition is the one that is impacted the most. Now, with our contractual services, both busing and with custodial services, they share similar concerns about moving to a 32-hour week and maintaining their ability to staff their requirements for us. When moving down is just not meeting the dollar amounts that many families would need. So that's one of their concerns. But again, that's a contractual thing. We can negotiate that very different. I just wanted to express that was one of their concerns as we've navigated that with them. And that's my slide, but I'm willing to, if there's any questions, more than happy to entertain them.
Trustees, any questions for Mr. Stopper?
Yeah, Madam Chair. The vending machines that are in the high schools, are those owned by the district, or are those is that a third party that brings?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, they are actually, they're owned by third party vendors, but the profits go to the building themselves. And so we do have some competition that happens at times with those vending machines, and we're actually working on some internal controls with that right now. We have been working with our high school principals in particular, because that's where we see it mostly, is in our high school. And so we have done some work on that to help the competing clauses. One of the things that those vending machines do, one, they have to be compliant with USDA requirements. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the things where we have established and worked on here recently, is making sure they're meeting all those USDA requirements. The second is it's a really good fundraiser for our schools internally. That's how they raise some money, is they get a percentage of those sales. What it is that we're having some competing interests at times. It's not huge, but it is enough to be noticeable, and we are working on that to find a better balance, that food services are not competing with the schools for some of those vending machine type of products. We can sell them an a la carte line. And that's one of the things that we're trying to do, is that we are moving those things that are wanted and needed. The challenge is the schools themselves like the profit. And they like, that's how they put some money into their ASB accounts for student usage. So there is a little bit of that we're navigating. It's not a significant amount of money, but it is enough that the buildings like to use it, and it does help bring them some income.
Are these vending machines, are they provided by like the Commission for the Blind? I know there's a lot of vending machines in state agencies.
I don't believe that we have any of those, Trustee Kirkman, from that venue. Most of them are coming from another third-party organization for profit. If you're thinking about our soda machines, they're Coke and Pepsi, or mostly Coke machines that they've worked out some arrangements with and have an agreement with, and how much they get of those sales and so forth.
Okay. That's all. I was just thinking, what would it take to put an In-N-Out franchise in our facility?
Well,
yeah.
We have,
Can we build an In-N-Out on Skype?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, we have looked at that.
With naming rights and all that kind of stuff. I mean, we laugh, but honestly,
Dr. Russell and I have, Mr. Yarborough, we have looked into this. This is something we've started to investigate. It would require us to forego, at least at the secondary, the high school level, we'd have to forego any of the federal reimbursements that we get at this current time. We'd have to forego those. But again, our sales are not huge at this current time. And there is a possibility that we could restructure our cafeterias to have an In-N-Out. They could have a Chick-fil-A. They could have a McDonald's.
Let's not tempt the public by telling them.
But listen, no, I appreciate though.
That's not true.
We have looked into it.
We might have looked into it.
Chair Taylor, Trustees, we saw that down in Texas, actually.
Yeah.
A high school in Texas had it, and it was kind of like a college cafeteria.
Yep, exactly.
And you
That's
just
exactly what it
contracted
was.
with vendors through that, and they came every day and provided that.
Yeah, and I appreciate, I mean, we're looking at everything.
We are.
Yeah,
So I
no, I
appreciate
love that you are.
So,
I just don't want to give people hope of In-N-Out.
Right.
Chick-fil-A.
Kids would never
right
get-
now, if he's listening, which
Well-
I know he's not, would be jumping up and down.
well,
for
if there
joy
was an
he had
In-N-Out there,
Chick-fil-A
nobody
close.
would ever get to class because
Ever,
the
ever,
wait line's
ever.
going to be
The
so
wait line
long.
would be 17 hours.
I derailed the
No,
whole
it's
thing.
good. It's good. Any other questions for Mr. Stalker? No?
Thank you.
Trustees, next we're going to ask Miss Lowry. She is from our special education department to come and talk around special education. Miss Lowry also has experience of having been a special ed educator in a 4-day week as well. So she may be able to ask and answer some questions based on experience. But she's going to cover some of that for us.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. So the slide, if you would post it for me, thank you, Tyler. We talked as a consulting teacher team and kind of talked through possible benefits and challenges. And then Dr. Cook, who is also at the RTI conference and couldn't be here, actually sent out a survey to other districts just to get their input on special education and how that specifically looked in that lens. And honestly, a lot of the information that she got back matched kind of what we had already talked about as benefits and challenges. One of the things that she texted me, because she is watching live right now, was that Post Falls was one of the districts that had done a Friday intervention. And they said that they would not be doing that again because they just did not feel like it was beneficial and they didn't have the turnout for that. I think one of the biggest things, and we've already heard tonight from a parent, is that family impact piece. So there really is some benefits and some challenges. I know there are some families who would like to have more time to be able to access outside therapies and be able to get student supports and appointments without them missing school. That day off in a 4-day student contact week could give them that opportunity. But again, also, right, like some of them do have to work 5 days a week. And so looking into that childcare piece is a big deal to consider for our families. There were no changes in student data, or when we look at specifically in special education, we really track regression and recoupment, and we look at specific goals. So regression is what you're talking about, that like summer slide or that weekend slide, and recoupment is looking at how long does it take those kids to relearn those skills. The input from other districts that we received is that they did not really see a big shift or a change other than the normal regression and recoupment that kids see. One of the things as a special education teacher, having lived that life, having lived the life of a general education teacher, that extra day that is not student contact is definitely a benefit in that you are going to be planning. Like we just, as educators, we go into it knowing that we're going to have to spend some time outside of contract working to plan good lessons, working to complete paperwork for special education. So we know that that's a thing, and having that extra day without students is beneficial for that. Of course, when we look at special education, we are also bound by very strict timelines. We have 60 days to complete consent to assess. We have a variety of different timelines of when we have to get back to parents on things, when we have to hold meetings. So and those are based on student contact days. So having 4 days can make it more challenging at times, especially if we're looking at testing or evaluating a student for special education services, and we're working with our related service professionals who are often bouncing between multiple buildings, giving them the appropriate time to complete the evaluation piece that they need to can be a challenge during that 4-day student contact week. One of the other concerns that is that our team has talked about is looking at contract staff getting hours. One of the biggest areas of that would be our one-to-one services for students, and trying to make sure that we are in a place where they have enough hours where they're able to retain employees. One of the conversations around that is that some of those might also be looking at that extra day when we wouldn't have students. They might open up more services, which be open for our families as well. So those are conversations that are happening already. For our speech pathologist, our occupational therapist, our lone physical therapist, our school psychologist, having that extra day a week, they might also be able to contract with other districts. In fact, another district emailed Dr. Cook and said, hey, if you guys go to 4-day week, we would love to contract with some of your related service professionals because there is a shortage in the state for those. So it could offer them an opportunity to pick up some extra money elsewhere. But really the biggest piece that we heard back from districts is that retention and recruitment. And I feel like you've heard that a lot already. You're probably going to hear that a lot more, but that's been the biggest tool. At the end of the day, as a Department of Special Education, flexibility is the name of the game. We're used to that because we never know what we're going to see on a day-to-day basis. So it's pretty easy for us to navigate in the sense of we do what's right for kids and we'll show up whether it's a 4-day or 5-day week.
Trustees, any questions? It was Lowry, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Lowry.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Ms. Lowry, I think just a little bit more focus would be appropriate on the staff mental health.
Yeah.
This can be, or is, a very challenging aspect of public education. And, just having a day or some extra time by themselves, the staff, and having that chance to recoup and whatever. And I just think there's and I don't know how you qualify that or quantify that, but I know it's there. I just think that that's a huge piece of this whole discussion that we just can't ever lose sight of, especially when it comes to special education.
I agree.
I think more of a comment than a question.
Oh, that we shouldn't lose sight of. There's the question.
Yeah.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, that is something that we heard from the other districts as well. How do you quantify it? They've quantified that by the ability to retain special education teachers because they do deal with the most vulnerable and sometimes some of the most difficult students on top of the federal regulations of the paperwork requirements. And just if there's any special ed teachers on our teachers listening, I just want to thank them for the incredible job that they do. You know, they have to plan lessons every day. They have to do assessments on those students. They have to track that data, and then they have to give progress reports just like any other teacher. But then every year they have to do a review of the IEP, and then every 3 years they have to do an examination of the IEP and do the testing on that. All that's asked on one person, and it's overwhelming the amount of paperwork that they need to do for it. It is a lot.
I want to second that. I have a question, but I want to second that. In getting to spend a lot of time in our schools, I don't think that people understand when we say special needs that we have some children who are immobile or have needs that we might not even be able to comprehend. So there's just a special place for those teachers. It's just amazing, the patience. And yeah, I'm always in awe and full of gratitude when I walk into one of those classrooms. So thank you. Really quick, and this, just because I want you to walk me through it. When you were talking about some of them families saying like they would have more times with their student and then could get to appointments, is that why we have student mental health impossible benefits, impossible challenges? Is because when you were doing this survey, you had a plethora of families that said this would be great, we would have more time, and then a plethora of families like, so kind of split down the middle of like, this would impact us negatively. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I got that.
No, that's spot on. So the other piece that we looked at too is some of our students attending 5 days a week too, like their mental health, right? Of the anxiousness, the pressure that they feel of doing school, getting those pieces. So having that time where they had a day where they could like decompress themselves was a piece, but then also really looking at, we also know that some of our students are coming from situations that are less than ideal as well. And so we have to take that into consideration. As that also impacts their mental health, where maybe their safe place is a school building with their team.
Chair Taylor, to that point as well. Sorry, Trustee Kirkman. You know, one of the things when I was at Reagan, we ran an autism program, and autism students benefit from consistency, routine, and that was one of my concerns as I thought about moving to a 4-day week of, instead of having 5 days of consistency, routine, and then going to 2 off. You know, you're going 4 and then 3 off, and the length of time and how that would impact it. So it's still a little bit of a concern of mine, knowing those students. Talking with some of the other districts, they were also worried, but haven't seen major regression, as Ms. Lowry had mentioned. But again, something to consider, and I think Ms. Lowry spoke well of it. It really depends on kind of the home environment and where they're coming from and how that may benefit or hurt students.
And that was going to be my question, Chair. I did have a question for that, but I wanted to mention the staff's mental health. But do we have data, or do we keep data or on working families and what those situations are like? Like, how many families of our students are working 2 jobs? And do we keep any of that type of data? I don't even know how we'd get it, but
That's an excellent question that I can't answer.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, we do not keep any specific data on how many are employed or double employed or not employed. We do have free and reduced lunch information that hints to that, maybe a little bit. Trying to think McKinney-Vento data. Well, we might collect some of that, but to have a comprehensive data about that, we don't.
Yeah, and it's not, the question's not necessarily towards who's working 2 jobs and who's not. It's what is that student going home to, and how would maybe going to a 4-day week, school week work for or affect that family who might be, and not knowing. That's why I asked the question, if we knew or had an idea of how many of those families that it might affect in that situation.
That's an excellent question.
Really quickly, because it looks like there may be some conversation around that. I've got a question here from Trustee Benz. Does anybody mind if I go ahead and read that one? Okay, so it says, it looks like it's 2-part, and I'm not sure that you'll be able to answer it, but I'm going to direct it towards you.
Okay.
Could you speak a bit more to the challenges around contracts for related services? Would we need to take into account the need of students with intensive, profound needs who may not receive services on non-contract days?
Yes, I can answer some of that question. So when we are looking for students who have intensive services, some of those needs would be addressed in developing their IEP or their individual education plan. So if we were looking at a 4-day week, it would be just the same way as we're looking at a 5-day week. And we'd be looking at what supports do they need, how much service time do they need, and then if there were options that we looked at other days, we could also look into that as well. But all of those are addressed within a student's individual education plan.
Okay. Trustee Benz, does that answer your question? You can give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
She wants to say something.
Yeah, she wants to say something. Why don't we go ahead and mute us and unmute her?
Okay, sorry, let me clarify. So if we're on a 4-day week and students are receiving services right now 5 days a week through the school district, and then we have 1 day in the future where they're not receiving those services, we're not responsible for providing those services 5 days a week? Would Medicaid pick up those services? Do we need to take into consideration that gap at all? Does that make sense?
Go for it.
So again, I will say that again goes back to the IEP team and looking at developing what that student really needs for services and what they need in order to access their education.
So Chair Taylor, trustees, to answer the question again, is the IEP team will determine what is the need for the student services. So if they're on a 5-day, they determine what the need is for that. If they're on a 4-day, they're going to determine what the need is for that.
Within the 4
4-day admit. Now, I think the other question Trustee Benz was asking is around Medicaid billing and those services. And I don't know if I have an answer on the Medicaid billing. Is that part of the I'm asking Ms. Lowry, is that part of the concern maybe around contractual services that they can bill for 4 days and not 5 days, and that might hurt some of their employees? So what that essentially means is some of our contracted services, they bill on how many hours they're able to have employees work with students. And again, if it's on hours, it may not be that much of a difference, because if the day is extended, then that employee is working with the student longer time, very similar to a 5-day. If their hours are cut, though, I do think it would impact their ability to bill Medicaid, and therefore could impact their ability to generate revenue, which could impact their ability to have employees, if that makes sense.
So I'm going to ask you a novice question here. If these students are contracted for services 5 days a week, on Saturday and Sunday, are they left alone? So already on a Saturday, Sunday, they don't have the services provided through the school. So let's just say that so the mentality here is that we're providing those services so that they can learn, right? So say that we have a child who is like completely bedridden, so on and so forth. We still don't have any say after they leave the school as to what happens. So not at all that I'm saying that this has happened, but if a parent should so choose, or a guardian, to leave that child in the bed for 2 days, we have no say over that, correct?
Correct.
So there's nothing that we can do about that now.
Correct.
Okay, sorry, I wanted to be real clear.
And just to emphasize what you're saying, Chair Taylor, is that, and then Dr. Cook is also frantically texting me, so I have a response to the other piece as well.
Hey, Cindy.
When we look at special education services, students who receive special education services and qualify, it is to look at their making academic progress. So all of special education is designed is to provide access to students with their general education peers, which is why when a student goes home, special education does not impact a student there, because it is all about their access in general education during the school day.
That's a
Got
good
it.
point.
That's a good point.
That's a good point. That was great.
And then Dr. Cook says, so if the student contact day is longer, then services could be longer for students, and it's all based on hours. So right now, she and some of the other consulting teachers are working with our contractors for options for day 5 and what that could look like.
One more question here.
Yeah.
So right here where it says basic needs meal schedules as a possible challenge, I just need you to define that one as well. I'm so sorry.
No.
You're doing such a good job.
Thank you. So, Trustee Taylor, or Chair Taylor, sorry.
You're fine.
What we were thinking about specifically in that area is that a lot of our students, not a lot, some of our students are also taking medications or may have needs where like their body just runs and they need food more frequently. So they might need extra snacks through the day, which might be something that we need to end up looking at providing for them or having them bring from home because of the way that their bodies are working, or if they're on medications that cause, I almost said hunger, which could be a thing, but cause hunger for students. That is one of the things we were thinking about is the longer time of day, they just might need more options for snacks. And
Got it. Okay, just wanted to clarify that as well. And hunger is a real feeling.
It is.
Okay. Any other questions for Mrs. Lowry? And you know, I've never heard that out of sight of what's that? Michael Lowry.
Oh,
come on. What is it? Bad Boys for Life.
Oh, yes.
That Mike Lowry, yeah. And Dr. Cook, she did great.
Our next slide, we're going to be looking at our human resources. We did have Director Hamlin reach out to several school districts that have moved over, and Ms. Hamlin, would you like me to share those, or would you like to share those?
It is.
Oh, no, you're right. Curriculum instruction. So we are going to have Mr. Knopf's going to come up and talk through curriculum instruction. One of the things that we realized is if you have less days, does your scope and sequence of your instruction change? Meaning, how do you ensure that you hit all the standards? How do you ensure that your subjects meet that within less student contact days, because you wouldn't have some of those. So those are some of the things that we asked him to look at, and Mr. Knopp is going to be here to share some of the things that our curriculum instruction team talked through.
Thanks, Dr. Russell. So this is Director Gomez wasn't able to be here tonight. So apparently, seeing as how I shortly left that position, I was proud to speak to the slides. So I'll do my best. I'll speak to some themes here, and then you can ask some specific questions, similar to what Dr. Russell just talked about. Anytime you change your daily schedule, the number of hours in a teaching window, if you're on a quarter system, a semester system, a trimester system, or the number of days in the calendar, you're changing the parameters around the delivery of content. And anytime you do that, then that's going to trigger some legwork that now has to be done in the world of curriculum, all the way from the district level in regards to how we map out courses and how we provide some of those higher level frameworks and structures, to the actual teachers in regards to their specific lessons and how they now pace those out in regards to that content. So one of the possible challenges is really not a possible challenge. If we make this move, there's going to be challenges around that legwork that needs to be done. Now, at some levels, like the high school level, a schedule change has already triggered a lot of that work, and it's going to happen anyway. And then at the other levels, maybe we're not quite triggered at that level yet, but it's going to require some time to look at that. And like at the elementary level, we have a longer day. We're going to have to rethink a little bit how we're delivering content and what that looks like. So definitely legwork tied to that, and that's a theme probably all the way through the curriculum and instruction slide here. Positives that definitely come with this, and we've already hit on a lot of these. But with the instructional time window, the one thing extending the day and extending the periods do, especially at the high school level, is that's going to close the gap between what they're currently teaching in that 80-minute range plus, and get closer to, say, a 70-minute range. So a little more of a comfort zone. There's not as big a gap there. And then anytime you have a longer window of time for instruction, obviously just the depth in which you can get into the content you're covering during that window of time in one setting, that's a positive. We've talked a lot about the professional development. Obviously, a 4-day move would definitely give us the benefit of structuring more professional development time. And when we say professional development, when we say that covers the whole umbrella. Sometimes that's specific training. Sometimes that's collaborative. We're learning from each other. That covers the whole gamut of staff spending time working on their profession and their craft and getting better. So professional development-wise, a 4-day schedule definitely frees up a lot of time for us to be more structured. And just like I just spoke about instructional time in the classroom, it provides us those bigger windows of time to do some of this work. Mr. Yarbrough spoke earlier about the Wednesday early release. Very valuable, and it's especially important for those quick data check-ins that we need to respond in a very short amount of time to our students. It's not enough time to really sit down, okay, and really roll up our sleeves and get into a lot of stuff. It's too short of a window for that. And so now what we do often in a lot of our buildings is we try to figure out how to get some subs in our building periodically to give our teacher teams some time to do this work now. So the ability to really have those larger windows of time to work on our craft and it not cost us that sub cost, and it's not disruptive to the day because we don't have students in the building, that's definitely going to be a benefit if we were to move that direction. That's kind of the theme that goes through all that. I'll take questions on that and not speak specifically to every one of those categories that are on that slide.
Trustees, questions here?
No, this is pretty cut and dry for me.
Thank you. Mr. Knopf, you are free to sit down. He did the best.
Lessons, Mr.
And I'm not
Yarbrough?
sure.
He did the best.
I'm not sure
We
if.
compliment each other.
And now we will move to human resources. So just, I know it's getting long, so I'm going to try to be fairly brief because many of the things around human resources that we looked at with talking some of those districts, we have already talked over. So retention, recruitment, more applications, especially in hard to fill spots are some of the positives. Some of the challenges still, there's some high absenteeisms that they're still seeing. Right now we see absenteeism on Fridays and Mondays. The districts who went 4-day did not see as many on Thursday. So that was one of our concern that, maybe Thursday becomes the day that there's high absenteeism, but they didn't see that. They saw that staff actually went through on Thursdays, but they still saw Mondays as a possibility of having more folks out.
I'm sorry, Dr. Russell. On
Yes.
that note, this was a concern for me initially when I was thinking about this whole switch into a 4-day week. Because to be honest with you, that's the first thing I thought of was a 3-day week. But honestly, that's your role as administrators to they know what their if we went to a 2-day week, they know what their role is. They know that they will be held accountable and so on and so on. I think sometimes that gets forgotten. And so I just want to make that point that if we do, I see no issues with that. And if there was, that's for you guys to take care of anyway. So.
And just on that note, because he's there, why will we continue to see more leave taken in October and April? Just tell me.
Season.
Is that real?
That is real.
It is. We just have a trend in October.
No, it's fine.
April-
It's hunting season. I get it.
Yeah.
We don't hunt. We eat it though, so I get it. Got it.
April tends to be the end of the year. So again, what you saw is districts not much different from 5-day on that. Still some absenteeism higher in October and April.
And that's pretty consistent across really everything. You people are not using their time, and then all of a sudden at the end of the contract year is like, oh my gosh, I got this time. It's a benefit, and so it's not.
Are there any other questions here? Okay.
Oh,
I
sorry.
do have one question.
Trustee Sue?
Fine. Well, one of the earlier slides talked about a trial year, a trial run, pilot year. I don't know. To me, it almost seems a little deceptive, right? Like, hey, we're going to hire you because the school district's going to offer 4-day work week at student contact week, and then sorry, we actually didn't like it, didn't work out, and then you pull out, and now you've got these people like, well, wait a minute, that's why I applied for this place, and now it doesn't seem to be the case. So I was just
Bait and switch.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Sue. No, Trustee Sue, I think that's it's very introspective. That is actually what could happen. You could see a lot of staff who believe one thing or come to a district for a reason. Same thing around curriculum too. Again, it would be a change. We just talked about changes, right? A lot of changes. Going to a 4-day would require some changes on the delivery of instruction, and then going back again to the 5-day could be another change into that as well. So there are pros and cons to the pilot thing. The pilot thing does allow you to experiment and get feedback from folks to see how it actually works. But it is that kind of yo-yo back and forth that could be a downside.
Okay, I have a Trustee Ben's question, but first I have a question. So from my understanding, because we've received this email, am I to understand that this is better to retain teachers, but all other of our building staff will now go to a 4-day, 32-hour work week?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, good question. So the answer
Actually,
is
that's not Trustee Ben's question. That's mine. I'll give you Trustee
Chair
Ben's minute.
Taylor,
I just wanted you to know there was another one.
good question. So the answer is yes and no. What we talked through is some would likely go to a 4-day. Some would be flex depending, for example, our federal programs, McKinney-Vento. Some employees may work Tuesday through Friday, if Friday is the day. Some may work Monday through Thursday, but there's always going to be a need to have a 5-day. Some of our technology services that we just mentioned, the ability for them to work on a Friday is likely they're probably going to do a 5-day, or they may have some spots that are 4 days that, again, vary, depend on that. Same thing with maintenance. So not everybody would go immediately. Some of our parapros, like instructional aides in schools, they would work longer days, just like teachers would. They may have some less hours. That was one of the concerns, but there's things that we could do to adjust pay so that they don't lose pay. That would be very detrimental to us to lose folks who don't make pay there. If we have some programs going on a Friday, they could come in and work with us. Mr. Luke,
We've thought through this.
yeah, Mr.
Okay,
Lebu
that's
mentioned
what
some
I
things
needed
and
to hear.
activities. Some of the partners that we've talked through, the YMCA, the Boys and Girls Club, have mentioned, well, maybe they could hire some of those folks on a Friday if they needed extra income or something like that as well.
It's very collaborative. Okay, thank you. That answers my question. I almost said I'm solved, but I didn't, for your benefit. This is Stephanie's question. Is the Percy benefit because of a higher relative hourly rate?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, yes. The answer, yes. It is because of a higher hourly rate.
Hourly. You're talking about the percentage that is paid into, okay. I just want, because it's not necessarily based on hours, it's based on the percentage that's paid into Percy. So, okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
I think she wants to
I'm
ask a question.
Oh, God, Fred.
You want to mute us, Tyler? So Trustee Benz can.
While we're on the Percy model real quick, I have heard that you're not allowed to work 2 Percy separate jobs and still pull benefits from both. So having that contracted opportunity at maybe another school on Friday or Monday or whatever the day would be, is that a conflict of interest for Percy?
Everybody wants to.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings, I think we can answer that. I think I could, but I'm going to let these guys.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings. No, it wouldn't be if they're an independent contractor, if they're not gaining and getting their benefits from there. That's one way that they could work around that. But if really that's so that I couldn't be a firefighter and a teacher and that's the scenario. But yes, there are ways we could work around that. We would have to double check and make sure that those hours are not being reported to Percy, just to make sure that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed on that.
It would just be pay and not benefits.
Correct. Yes.
Let's go ahead and unmute Trustee.
Oh, it was just I was curious if it's to benefit our staff closer to retirement, the highest 3 years.
Okay, let's unmute Trustee Ben.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, so I was curious about, with the Percy, is it to benefit our employees who are closer to retirement, whose benefits are based on the highest 3 years closest to retirement of income? Does that make sense for the Percy?
So trustees, the question, would it benefit if they went to higher hourly rate? I don't believe it would. It's the overall salary. If they are hourly, that it does benefit them for the last 36, but if they're a salary, it doesn't benefit because it's the overall total pay. Is that correct?
It's always your highest 42 months. So it's your highest no matter what. So whether you're hourly
So
or salary.
for a salary though, that wouldn't change because you keep the same salary on a 4 day as you would on a 5 day. But if you are a paid hourly person, your hourly rate would go up. So that would benefit you.
When you retire.
Correct. Okay. That's what I tried to say.
Okay, it looks like Trustee Benz has got it. Perfect. Okay, trustees, any other questions regarding this? Nope. All right, we are going to now move to our next slide,
Yes.
which is going to be legislation.
So, Chair Taylor, trustees, we did talk about this a little earlier. This has to do with some of the legislation that is being discussed currently right now in the State House. I would agree. I do believe this is going to pass. Everything I'm hearing down there is it's likely to go through. So we're going to talk about two basic bills. One has to do with House Bill 292. Those are tax relief funds. That happened last session. We received those funds this year, and we did use them to pay down our supplemental levy and our debt. So that is one thing that it ties into this, because we're going to end up receiving more of those monies that will help us. And it's related to House Bill 521, and that is the school facilities bill. That's the bill that was sent to you that currently is right now in draft, that apparently passed taxation and revenue this morning, is going to the House floor. Some of the key components of that, it is that money is designed to be used for schools to repair and maintain their buildings. Our portion, and this is, I believe, very close, and it could change, of course, but it was around 46.8 million for us as a district over 10 years. So that is our chunk that we would receive. It is a large chunk, and it's based on your ADA and your student population. So because we're one of the largest school districts, we would receive one of the larger chunks. You can take that in two ways. You can take that as a one-time payment, a large payment you draw down immediately. So 46.8 million draw down all at once, or you can take it as smaller payments over a certain period of years. If you were to break that out, that's, roughly $4.6 million over a 10-year period, et cetera.
And do we have a term of time in which we have to spend it?
Within the 10-year period.
That's it.
One of the concerns, though, if you draw it down by year, you then, and this is where House Bill 292 comes in, you then have to use it to pay down your debt. So we would take our House Bill 292 money, pay down our debt, and then if we took it in lump sums, we would also have to use it to pay down our debt. So we wouldn't be able to use it
So
to
the
apply
levy.
towards our buildings. So it does make a lot of sense to draw it down all
One
at
time.
once. And that's the recommendation that we've been hearing.
Yeah.
Would it change? Would that amount change over the 10 years if our population changed?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, it would not. It is set for 10 years, and then at 10 years, they're going to reevaluate it again. So if our population of students continues to just drop,
Right.
10 years from now, we probably likely won't see 46.8 million.
So again, in that vein, it does make sense to kind of maybe pull that right
One
at
time.
one lump sum.
Correct.
Or lump chum, whatever the.
Dr. Russell, Clerk Lamont, was there any change as to what passed today versus, I haven't gotten to reread it. So was there, because it just passed this morning, and I'm not on reading the bill that quickly. So was there change between what passed this morning in the language to what we were sent out like 4 or 5 days ago, or we're not sure?
I've only read.
Chair Taylor, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I just
okay.
read.
I just wonder too, because I know that's why I'm asking, and we'll have to read it. Just because sometimes what the first draft is, and then what passes, and then what gets put into law is very different. So I'm just wanting to make sure that the language as of today, because something passed, is the same, which again, we can look at.
I would say it did have a lot of strikeouts.
Mhm.
I just can't help the strikeouts are from
Yeah.
previous or.
Yeah, or what? Okay,
Correct. Yeah. So
makes sense.
Chair Taylor, I think it's a good point. This was as good as of like last Thursday, I
Right,
think, is when I
which it
put these in,
happens quickly,
and it's
so,
possible that it could have changed over the weekend, and I didn't read it today. I could
Plus,
reach out.
When it goes to the House floor.
It could change.
It could change
might get
again.
sent back to
That's,
committee,
yeah,
so.
that's what I'm saying.
One thing I do want to say around the House 292 monies, and this might be on the next slide, is the state is taking away our lottery money. We will no longer receive lottery money, and they're also taking away bond equalization, which was a pot of money that we could use to pay down school debt. We are still using bond equalization currently.
Yeah, so it's actually 521 that would actually take away our bond equalization and our lottery. Because they're basically taking a bunch of money and trying to put it towards this. Our lottery currently, we make about 1.25
1.2
million per year. Bond equalization is not going to be that big of a deal because our bonds are going to be paid off here within 2 years, and we get a 2-year reprieve on that. So reality, we're going to probably get a chunk of money up front. with the money we're gonna get from 292. It's kind of weird, they all kind of.
292, we're expecting to have an
It comes in
increase.
And we'll get that money up front instead of getting 750 this year and another 500,000 next year, let's say. It'll just come into our account sooner, is what they're telling me. That's a one-time payout to get us out of the bond equalization deal.
So that's a benefit for us to get 292 more dollars out of that. But we are losing some of the drawbacks from 521, which is we're losing the equalization and the lottery money.
So we're getting 46.8, but we're losing what, 12 million over
So you're losing 1
period
point.
of time?
This is good math. Oh, sorry, Trustee Taylor. This is, yes, very good. Because I think this, when you look at it initially, you think, wow, this is a lot of money. This is great. And when you break it down over a 10-year period, it maybe isn't as great as it sounds. So we're losing 1.2 million every year. That's about 12 million over 10 years, right? So you got to take that 12 million out of the 46.8 because that's the money that you would have had anyways towards buildings. Now, 1.2 million does not meet our maintenance needs.
No, we're still getting more money, but then with bond equalization, do we even have an idea of what that means? As far as the dollar amount?
It won't impact
It won't
us.
matter.
So
So that is
our
a new
bonds are gonna be
point.
paid out at the end of
So,
this year.
so realistically, we just have to pull 12 million from the 46.8.
More.
I would say more actually, because 1.2 does not cover our maintenance needs. More likely 2.5 million is probably what we truly need to maintain our current buildings, especially when you think about inflation in the next 10 years, how much
But
it's going to
that's
be.
not money that we're getting now, right?
It's not.
It's
So,
not. So you're
you
trying to
likely
say-
would have to budget probably 20 million, maybe 25 million just for maintenance over the next 10 years because we don't get any. If we spend all 46 million of this on a project, we have no money to maintain our buildings.
Oh, I get where you're going. I was only going with how much more are we actually getting?
Plus or minus.
Yeah, I was going with the plus or minus because it feels, well, actually it doesn't feel like this is true fact. What they give, they always take something away.
Sure.
Yeah. So the 46 million, when you take away the money you need for maintenance, really drops quite a bit. Now you're down into the 20, 25 million, depending on how much you budget for that. Now there's some things we could do potentially with a large sum, and Randy could talk about that, but you could put that in, invest it and get interest off of that. That may be able to help pay some of our maintenance costs, which would be a wise, financial move for the district. So it does open up some options for you.
Okay.
Dr. Russell, real quick, to speak to Trustee Ben's comment that they don't claw back the money. This is the first question. My question is, actually, if you can answer that.
Yeah. So Chair Taylor, Trustee Sue, Trustee Binns, one of the ramifications in the bill does say if there is a recession or a economic downturn, it's worded kind of funky, but essentially it says they could come and try to ask for the money back. That is not any different than what they already do anyways. That happened to us in 2011 and 2012. They'll cut budgets. They could very much come back for this. Now, if we spent it, because that was one of the questions we asked, let's say we built a new school or something and all that money was spent, could they come back and we'd say, oh, sorry, it's not, we've already spent it. Well, they could take it out of another payment of some way. I think when they said the reason that was in there is they just wanted to have some assurance to let us know that if economy goes bad, that there is some ways that schools will come back and get it. And just even as shortly as when the whole country shut down over COVID, the $5 million was taken from us from our discretionary fund. So that happens. Doesn't scare us because it's just a reality.
Well, they could put a lien on a school, and then when we sell the building, they could get their money.
Yeah.
Now, I think my question is,
Sorry.
if we don't draw from this, if we don't take the $46.8 million, they're still taking away lottery money?
Yes.
Okay.
So we will have no lottery money to maintain our buildings going forward.
Okay.
And might I add here, personally, I think it would be a dumb move for us not to take it down because literally you put almost $50 million in investment, making 4%. You do the math.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. The second he said interest bearing.
They give no incentive.
If you don't want the
they
deal,
actually
I'll
give
take
us
the deal.
penalization by taking it over time. It
It's
makes
a
no
no-brainer.
sense to me. And
It's a
everybody we're
no-brainer. If we
talking
have
to
10 years to spend it, it's a no-brainer. Yeah, the second he said that, no-brainer. It's brilliant.
So, look, Trustee Jennings, go ahead.
I would have a concern with them possibly repealing it down the road too. Like they just changed their mind. This is a bad idea. Now we've got it. We've earned some investment on it. And then if they do come back for a little bit, we can give it to them. I'm kind of a gambler guy. If you can give me the lump sum up front, I'm good with that. In lieu of maybe we get it for 3 or 4 years and then they change their mind and now
It's like
we
winning
missed
the
out on
lottery.
we missed out on some opportunities. So
As my dad would say, if you get a check from the government, cash it.
Immediately.
Immediately. Immediately. They'll want it back later.
Church of the Trustees. So this is the kicker when it comes in, and this has to do with the 4-day, 5-day, why this is in here. One of the additions into this bill, and to me, it's a little confusing, but it simply says if you convert if you're a 5-day now, you must attest that you do not convert to a 4-day, or you would forfeit the money, essentially is what it's saying. Now, there is a window in which you may be able to do that. I think it's by 2025. It also says if you attest to meet the minimum hours and day requirements, that you still could access this money. Now, I hear different things. So I've been told that it's designed for anybody that's going to switch next year, that you'd be penalized and you would be locked out of the money. You would not be able to receive any. That is one of the intents of why it's written in there. However, when you actually read the language, there is those caveats that if you do meet certain days and hours, then when you convert and you can attest that you meet those days and hours, then you can access the funds by a certain grace period within that time. What's hard is the hours is already set in Idaho rule, and it's 990 hours for high schools, and it goes down from there a little bit. So right now we're at 1,024, so we easily meet the hours. We'll talk about calendars coming up, but looking at some of the calendars, we have no problem meeting the hours. I think the question is the days. Nobody knows what days they're going to choose because there is no day requirement in Idaho code or Idaho rule. They're asking all districts right now what days. They're asking 4 days, how many days are you going? They're asking 5 days, school districts, how many days are you going, to try to get some minimums. Now, if we meet the minimums, if I read it correctly, should be okay. But it would be somewhat of a gamble because I don't know how that would be interpreted or not interpreted. So it is a concern on that. And my understanding, again, is it was put in there to encourage or persuade districts to not make the switch that we were talking about tonight.
So Dr. Russell, when is it not a gamble? Once it passes, are we able to get true? It's just a lot of money.
So Chair Taylor, trustees, it might be, well, it'd be helpful to have a lawyer read it.
Yep.
There obviously a legal interpretation might be helpful. Because it's in draft bill, we haven't had legal read through it because it could change. And I guess we could find out more clarification from those that are going through this because this is going and being discussed on a daily basis. There is interpretation of how people are interpreting that section that I hear differently. And so you ask one person and they interpret it this way, ask another, they may interpret it a little bit differently. And then it could change still, as we mentioned, going to the floor or something like that.
But this is why it's very good to have this conversation now, because we're in February. Legislature gets out hopefully at the end of March. I mean, we're ahead of the game. We're ahead of the conversation. So if we were having this conversation in May or June, because this might, if this legislation passes, it could go into effect immediately, depending on what the legislature wants, or it would be July 1st. And we're still that far ahead of the game. So
yeah.
I love having this conversation now and all the what ifs.
Yep. And I love that you said that because I felt, again, at the legislative session or what we got to witness today, we really are so far ahead of the game. We started talking about this before they even put the language in the bill. Yeah.
Absolutely.
They must be watching.
Chair Taylor, trustees, one of the concerns though is having that decision taken out of your hands. I think that's one of the concerns of the local control would no longer really be, well, I mean, ultimately you could make that decision, but you would be at the detriment to the district and the buildings of not taking $50 million potentially.
Correct.
What is the holdup? What is the reservation of discouraging people to switch to a 4-day?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Sue asked that question, and I was given that there's certain legislators that just don't like it.
Well, don't you see? I mean, it changes your workforce. I would assume that the prevailing oversight is that it changes what is demanded from the working class, because a 5-day work week, it will push somewhere this large, because you'll have lack of daycare. I mean, I hate to say that, but where people are looking at it that way, that's what I hear quite a bit.
There is, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but there's so many more things. I think there's a concern from some legislators that, hey, kids are only going to be in school 4 days a week.
Yeah, and they're not learning, or they're not being prepared
as opposed
for
to
a
5
job.
days. And I hope none of the legislators are listening right now, but honestly, it's, and I was one of those too. It's ignorance. It's not knowing. It's not having these conversations and these detailed conversations about, no, the kids are still going to get the hours, the instruction hours that are required, whether it's 4 days or whether it's 5 days. But I think there are some legislators that just say, what, a 4-day week versus a 5-day week?
And again,
without really knowing.
the
But
goal
there's
is
so
to set
many
up a
different
workforce, right? So 5 days is a work week.
Yeah,
That's what I
Chair
think.
Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, one of the comments I received from a community member was, is this preparing kids for the real world? You know, I work 5 days a week. And my comment was, well, I appreciate that. That's true. But there are so many industries that do work 4 days.
Absolutely.
And there's some that work 3 days. And there's some that actually work two 24s, right? So there's a
Which ones are those?
variety.
I wanna know.
I'm going for the 1 4-hour.
But you're right. A lot of people are now going to 410s.
But it's that perception, right? Of historically we've been this way, and the workforce has changed. And again, thinking about the future, what is the workforce in the future, and what are we preparing for our kids? So I think there's definitely you absolutely got to consider all of it, which is why we're having the conversation.
Yeah, and I'm glad we are.
All right. The last one is just kind of a summary, really quickly try to throw all of that together of just looking at the pros and cons. Again, for students, this is one that I don't know if we hit specifically enough, which is a very big concern of mine. This is around our career and technical education. Going to our trimester 6 schedule, on a 4-day, we would have 70 to 75 minutes, which is a very long block of period, which is very close to the 82 minutes we currently have now. And that would be a big benefit. So our kids could travel to another high school, take their CTE course, and travel back to take their general courses, which is what we want from kids. If we stay at a 5-day on the Tri-6, that time gets cut down to around 60 minutes. And then it becomes much more troublesome for them. I don't know if that's a word. Much more difficult for us to be able to transfer kids back and forth. And what we've seen when we've done that in the past is kids don't take CTE courses at another high school because I don't want to have to take a math course there or a reading course there, which we may have to schedule some students into it. So that it concerns me a lot that, but that same issue was there on the 7-day period as well. In fact, it would have been less time, 40 minutes. So we would have had to bundle for that. Is what we're called. So that is something that is a possible benefit of going on the 4-day, and it's a concern if we stay on a 5. Staffing, we've talked about it at length. Longer days is a concern for some of the staff, but overall, there's a lot of benefits to it. Parents, the family time is something that we've heard is beneficial, especially in the other school districts. That's the things that they've heard. The challenges, we just heard a parent talk about it tonight. It's the work and the how do I get childcare for my student if I have to work. And that is a major thing for us to consider, particularly our population that we serve. Academics, don't believe it would be detrimental from what we heard. It really is the amount of hours. And as was pointed out, the quality of instruction is really important. Activities, we talked about benefits there. And then finances, it really comes down to the possibility of losing $46.8 million, depending on what the state does. Again, anecdotally, some of the districts that did go to 4-day did see higher attendance. Higher ADA does generate more revenue for us, but there's nothing definitive that we can say that it will increase our revenue on that side. And that was almost an hour and a half.
One more slide.
I think that's it.
No,
oh,
we've got one more.
Yes,
Potential.
the next step. So
yeah, we're like moving on now. So
yes, the next steps really, I think there's a couple of options we could look at. And this is maybe something for the board to discuss and give the administration some thoughts on it. One is we could prepare a more in-depth survey. We never really sent out a true survey around the 4-day that covers some of this information to really understand what our students, parents, and staff think. This may include actual schedules. It could include calendars. It could include a summary of the pros and cons, and really see where our community is at that. We could also create a website where we could send people to that has all of this information in a friendly way for them to be able to access it and be able to look at some of the pros and cons of possibly a 4-day week. We could wait and see what happens with the legislation around House Bill 521, because that is such a key component to this. Or we could just say we're done with it. We've looked at it and it's just not for us for this next year. And that is another option to look through.
The survey, that was a lot of the concerns that we were getting from, like, they thought they were taking a survey
Correct.
for the
Something
4-day
else.
week rather than, hey, what do you think of this? Or
For the
should
high
we
school
look at
schedules.
this?
Yeah. So I'm still interested in learning more. So I'll just throw out where I'm at. I don't see any problem with us preparing a more in-depth survey regarding this specific subject so people are aware of what we're talking about. And then I love web pages. You could develop as many as you wanted. And I'd be like, yes, that was great. So I like that idea. And in the meantime, we would be doing something because we're still going to be waiting to see what happens with the legislation for HB 521. So I think all three of those things could be done simultaneously, unless I'm the odd man out and we don't even want them to move forward with this. So that's the conversations that we can give them next steps. Trustee?
Agreed. No, I mean, one way or another, we're going to figure out what's happening with House Bill 521. And that is a key factor in this whole conversation. And that's next month. I mean, well, it could be next week. It could be this week.
It could be. It could actually be this week with how great.
So, yeah, that's definitely a factor. I definitely would like to see another survey out with very specifics. Maybe just option A, here's a schedule, option B, here's a schedule. I don't know, like some of the schedules that we're going to be looking at here in a second. And the webpage, yeah, absolutely. All this information on there.
Okay.
I don't think we discussed anything outside of what's not already on here.
I don't think we did either. Trustees, are you guys in agreement with that plan?
Taylor, I do have a question real quick.
Please.
So obviously we received a lot of emails with concerns about people with the verbiage of the survey not understanding. You guys did a really good video tutorial when we were potentially going to be closing the schools down. Is that kind of could we do a blurb, 2 minutes, just explaining what it is and that sort of thing to help the people that are going to be taking the survey?
That would be our plan, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Trustee Jennings, that's a great suggestion. Yeah, we would have to do something like that.
And they are fantastic at blurbs.
They are.
Yeah, they're really good.
Yeah, that is really good. You guys really are. I agree with what he said. Okay, so really quick, Trustee Ben said she thinks it would be nice to see how everything shakes out in the legislature. But if the facility funds wind up being tied to us moving to a 4-day week this year, would that even be possible? I know Mr. Coffey tossed that around, may potentially. I'm still with us moving forward to gather the data so that it's done. Because like I said, we're going to see what's within the legislature, but if we want to hold off, we just need to give good direction here. Nope. I want to move forward as well.
I want to move forward too.
I want to move forward.
I know we had discussed a little bit about maybe a pilot year. I am not a fan of that. I'm sorry. I know in some circumstances a pilot would be all right, but not in this circumstances, in my opinion. Whipping these, the kids and the parents and families back and forth. Nuh-uh. So I think when we gather the data, and I think this is why it's really important to move forward and gather as much more information and data, but not even considering though whether it'll be a pilot. I think it's going to be all in or not.
Yeah.
I don't think you
My
can
opinion.
step back from this. So the more information, the better.
Yeah, Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman would agree. This goes back to the comment Trustee Sue had mentioned. There is so much change.
Yeah.
We got to get through this year, and then we really need some consistency and to move forward with it. And so I'd hate to go and then just change again. We can't live in the change as much as we have, and I understand how hard that is. It really is a hard year. So it'd be nice to get through this year and then have some consistency and know what we're doing one way or the other.
And I think that your board feels that way as well. I think that Trustee Kirkman made some good points. I don't think we had a choice from a financial standpoint to not make these changes. So I think your board hears that. I really do. Okay, we are going to take a 5-minute health break because we are human. And then we will be back here at literally 8:18. session student calendar.
Chair Taylor, trustees, Mr. Knopf's going to review some calendars that we're looking at considering the 4-day, 5-day discussion. There's a couple of calendars, and he's going to just update us what the calendar committee's been working on.
Thank you, Dr. Russell. We're gonna be navigating some PDFs going up there, back and forth. And let's start with the 4-day, Tyler, since we're kind of on the 4-day theme, and then we'll transition it into the 5-day calendar that we have there. Tyler, it doesn't matter which one, the Monday. So on the 4-day models right now, first off, very much draft. As was spoken to earlier, the process of board decision and then there's negotiations that would have to happen, and the calendar task force kind of work in parallel with what was coming out of that. One of the examples we have for the 4-day is taking a Friday off, but it shifts the days or the weeks that have a Monday holiday. Though we would actually go to school Tuesday through Friday, so it keeps the calendar itself condensed as far as start time and end time on August and May, so to speak. It doesn't spread you out as much. And then both of those calendars, I believe, roll with 165-day staff contract and 145-day student contact. This approach most months builds in 2 of the off days being staff days.
And Mr. Knops, I'm going to interrupt you just real quick. Going back to the minimum hours and days discussion. Right now, what I'm hearing floated, and again, who knows what that's going to end up, but it floated is a minimum for a 4-day school week would be 145 days. So this contract would meet that if we had to go to a minimum day.
Thank you. Yes, we were hoping that the drafts themselves would, if the quote unquote rules from the new laws come into effect, we wouldn't have drastic changes, and hopefully they're still close to hitting the mark. And then the hours that by extending the day, we should be okay on hours with 145, and then the 165 with the staff built in those staff days that we've been talking about. So it gives you an idea of kind of what that would look like as far as the school year goes. This particular calendar starting roughly the same time in August that we normally start traditionally, and ending there at the very end of May and not needing to go into June. Same breaks. So the holidays, your main holidays as far as November, Christmas break, spring break, look the same as they would in a traditional calendar. Nothing really changes there.
And Mr. Knopf, they match West Idaho and Boise. Is that accurate?
All of our draft calendars that we'll present to you tonight are aligned with what West Idaho and Boise have out as draft or as approved calendars for next school year. Correct. We're aligned with the other 2 big districts.
Any of them aligned with Valley View, Caldwell, Middleton, and districts on this side of the county line?
That's scattered a little bit. Some of those we do align with on some of the breaks. Some of those we don't. But we'll go down that path. Here, there is no way to get the Valley aligned.
Right.
We took the approach this year that if we are going to get anywhere close to the Valley aligned, the 3 big dogs need to be aligned. And there's no way to expect any other movement in that arena if the 3 big ones aren't. So we kind of took the approach that we need to get aligned with them. And then if someone else is not aligned with us, that's not our problem. That's why didn't you align with the 3 biggest districts in the Valley, right? Like, so it's one of those where otherwise, and Trustee Kirkman, I shared this with the task force the whole time, okay? Building a calendar is like a presidential election. Half the country's going to be happy, half the country's not. And so it's really one of those situations where it's just hard.
I love how you just said that presidential election.
It's hard to build a calendar. We're going to be able to match with everybody.
I get it. My question is why is the goal, I guess maybe not a goal, but why is it that we want to be aligned with West Ada and Boise? I mean, what's the purpose of that?
Well, currently that certainly represents a much larger portion of our staff that doesn't live within our boundaries.
Okay.
And so there's certainly staff in the CUNA district, there's staff in the Caldwell district, there's staff in the Valley View district, but we probably we have more representative staff that's connected to West Ada and Boise, whether it's their kids attend those districts,
whether it's our superintendent,
just whatever it is. Right.
Everybody just looks right at Greg. Everybody.
But that's probably the biggest reason.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
That staff, not that our
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that real quick.
there's an impact regardless. There's certainly more impact when
Greg's
we don't
moving to
align with
Caldwell.
those. than
Yeah,
the other way.
and Chair Taylor, trustees, I just this year, a lot of emails from why aren't we aligned to West Ada and Boise? That's what I got. Why aren't we this way?
So there's a potential that half of Nampa will be out of school one week and the other half will be out of school another week for spring break.
That's currently how it is now, just so we're all clear. I
I
just
don't
want to
think
be
we're
very
aligned right
clear and
now.
letting everybody know, with somebody who has a lot of friends that go to Valley View, that's already how it is now.
Yeah.
Because we try to vacation together chronically and you're ruining our lives, but
And again,
I get where you're going here.
50% will agree and
Fine.
50%
Fine.
won't.
Any questions on the example here of Fridays off on a 4-day model? And if not, I'll have Tyler switch and go to the Monday off example. Oh, you got that all in one, so you just
So,
scroll. Go ahead.
I just want to ask a quick question, because I think that all of these right now, right, like the reason we're not approving a calendar is because we haven't made the big decision to a 4 or 5 day. So I'm just going to ask, and trustees, you can totally disagree with me, but can we get just kind of the bullet points of what we should be looking at here? Or do we really need to go through every single calendar at this time?
I can tell you what I would like. And I understand the 4-day, the Mondays off, the Fridays off. So
Yeah.
yeah, I agree with you there. One big thing that I've always questioned, even as when I wasn't on the board, is, and a lot of people ask, why do we start so early in August and end 3 days after Memorial Day? And I saw one of these calendars on here where we started right after Labor Day on the 2nd or 1st, whatever that day is, and we went 2 weeks into June.
We're gonna when I get to the 5-day calendars,
Okay.
I'll give you the feedback we received. 'Cause
Fantastic.
for the 5-day calendars, because we are a 5-day school district right now.
Yeah.
We did build a 5-day calendar and we did reach out for feedback on it. So I'm going to transition
Great.
into the 5-day
Go
week
ahead.
here in a minute, and we'll take a little more of a traditional approach, even though we're not
Got it.
asking you to take action on it.
Yeah,
Got
yeah.
it.
But we'll assume we're still a 5-day district, and this is what we're looking for next school
Okay.
year. Okay. So this is a little bit of a spin on a 4-day week in which we would target the Mondays to be off. And then we would go to school on our Fridays. So the math is still the same, 165 and 145. And then scattering the staff days throughout. The staff days are on slightly different days because we take the Monday holidays, obviously aren't an option, where when we place Friday staff days, the canvas is blank, so to speak. We can choose any and paste them out. Some of the conversation on the task force when we worked through that is we tried to strategically place as many staff days that were advantageous to responding to student data. And so tried to place those in places that made sense in regards to teams being able to come out of those sessions and be able to impact instruction in a very short turnaround time. And then also avoid days that were coming off or going into a holiday. So that gives you an idea of what a Monday off approach would look like.
Trustees, questions?
Nope.
Okay, next.
Oh, at least for me anyway.
So now we'll go to the 5-day. Tyler, go ahead and throw up the feedback if you would, please. So on the 5 days, similar to what Trustee Kirkman was saying, the task force decided let's shoot for a September start and go into the middle of June and see what that calendar would look like, and then more of a traditional June start. So we put that out for some feedback, get a feel for what people were feeling, and then that'll give you an idea right there. So by and large, disagreeable, not agreeable for the September start. Not a lot of appetite in regards to the feedback we got back for the September start. And much stronger, obviously, alignment, agreeable, very agreeable to the August start. Todd, I don't know if you got the data on there yet. 2,084 responses is what we got on there. I would say within the first 2 hours of that survey landing, we were up around 700 responses, and those metrics really didn't shift after that. It pretty much stayed the same. That survey went out to all parents and all staff.
And it really is just, excuse me, it really is just 2 weeks, whether we're here or here, right? In all
Yeah,
reality. Okay.
that's the shift.
It's not saving actual
I think,
class.
no, right. It doesn't save anything.
It's, do we start later and end later, or do we start earlier and end earlier?
Similar to the conversations around vacations, I think until the whole valley aligns, it's complicated.
Yeah, I
to
think
go, that far into June. The second piece, and we didn't ask this, but obviously I don't think people are disagreeing with September start. Once again, I think it's the middle of June end.
100%.
And once
That's
again,
exactly what
the
it is.
complications that brings
Every
when
time.
the other districts aren't aligned to it.
Well, and what I hear is you're in August, and all of a sudden, 2 weeks in August, and you got to think about going back to school. I mean, vacations usually, not usually, but a lot of them do start in June, but a lot of them get going the 1st of August, and right after,
The pro-September start certainly tends to lean into August is a great month in Idaho.
Yeah.
Why are we not still out of school and enjoying that, right? North Idaho pretty much is on this calendar of September start. They're obviously very highly tied to the tourist season around the lake. June is not lake season in northern Idaho. August is. So that's why they're there. So as a community, I guess we need to better promote Lake Lowell as a tourist attraction. And that
Good luck with
it
that.
is too financially,
Not in
like
August,
we
no.
are cutting off the financial revenue stream too soon. But for now, it seems like the September start, the appetite is not there. So Tyler, if you throw up the August start one, this is the 5-day model calendar that the task force is proposing. So when it's time to adopt the calendar, this is what we landed on. And you'll see there, we're teachers are back. I can't see the dates, Tyler, because it's way too small. But teachers are back there that week in August. What we have done here to address what we know that staff's been asking for, and we know is important, is we've added some staff days to this. So now it's 185 days, but it's 172 student contact days. It still stays well within all the hours limitations that we have there. And we've added 1 day before school starts. So we went from 3 staff days to 4. And then we've implemented, what we tried to do is get at least 1 staff day every month, minus December, because that's just kind of a crazy season. And we got close. I believe December and March don't have a staff day, but we were able to add some of those staff days throughout the calendar. Once again, trying to take student data and the most opportune times to respond to student data into account when we plug those days in throughout the year.
Has it been consistent through with the task force and responses and feedback to keep Thanksgiving a full week?
Correct.
Yeah, Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, it has. We've been on a full week
Forever.
for a long time. I want to say, didn't we? We went off 1 year.
We were on a 3-day when I first started.
When when high school semester ended at Christmas break, it was really hard to be off all of that week, right? So I think we had some mixed years in which we had some days that week that we went to school just because math-wise we needed them. But
So yeah,
my 28-year career here in our district, we've done both.
we've done both. I think early on we did 3. And then when definitely the financial crisis hit, we went to that full week to save money because we weren't paying people. And then it stayed for, I think, since that long. So we've been doing this now almost 13 years, somewhere around there. One of the concerns when we did do it 3 days, though, was a lot of absenteeism. A lot of students were traveling for Thanksgiving, not coming. So we got down as low as, if I remember, I want to say where we were 80%, 85% when we were a 94% school. It's pretty drastic, and staff as well.
It's hard.
But do you see the same absenteeism maybe the 3 days after Memorial Day? They come back for school and say, hey, screw it, we're out.
No, where we do see, like, Halloween is a bad one. A couple years ago, there was a Halloween on a Thursday and we saw a lot of staff out on that. We actually lost half of a unit 1 year. And so for us, Thanksgiving typically is past that first 10 weeks, which is really important for our staffing. Doesn't help our best 28, but we can not count that because the other 28 weeks, I don't know if I answered your question or not.
No, I don't think there is an answer because I think so many people have. I mean, personally, and I've heard this talking with other parents too, is, why is there a full week for Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
If we could get out 3 days, like the day before Memorial Day, I'll give up 3 days in that week on Thanksgiving and just get anyways, that's just So that's what I was wondering, is if there have been feedback or if the task force has discussed that at all.
Feedback has been, it's been mostly supported to have a full week off.
Okay.
And that was a survey, I think, want to say 2018 is one of the last things I'm thinking on that, but I don't know if we've sent one since then on that.
It's just a discussion item.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you want to see? No?
No, this is just information and what's been discussed so
With,
far.
with different guidance or marching
With different
orders,
options.
this is the calendar. If we stay in a 5-day model, this is the calendar we'll be presenting for adoption.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what we've landed on.
Okay. Trustees, any other questions?
Other than what's the timeline for approving the calendar, given the discussion we've just had?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, we would like to have a calendar improved as soon as a decision is made on the 4-day week or 5-day week. And that would maybe March, if at all possible. I think the sooner that we have a calendar, the better. But I think that's the timeline we were thinking.
But March, that's all dependent on all those other bullet points we just
It is.
discussed.
Yeah, so
It is.
isn't that really, isn't it more likely April?
I was gonna say, it's required to be submitted to the State Department of Education by May 31st.
Oh, perfect.
At the very
Okay,
latest.
got
But
it.
the sooner the better.
The
I
sooner
guess.
Sooner the better,
for
but we
me.
could do it in April.
Yeah, the sooner the
Okay.
better.
Or
I do-
May.
Okay, that
Okay.
gives me good.
Okay,
Thanks,
Mr. Knopf.
Is the task force done meeting then? This is what they presented
We're-
to the board to consider?
If it's 5-day, correct. So that we know we're on hold.
Okay.
And we know that we'll probably get called back to the table if we go 4-day, because like I said, there's some massaging that'll probably have to take place. So we're ready to come back together if need be, and we're done if need be.
Great.
Okay.
And the August one was the popular one, so that would be the one that would be proposed.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. All right. Dr. Russell.
Chair Taylor, just enrollment, average daily attendance. You can see that as a typical report. If you have any questions, let us know. Otherwise, we're going to have Mr. Dewey come and just share really quickly some information around the Preston Compel with a couple of new board members. It might be helpful to understand what is Preston Compel.
So I've included some information that we provided you. One is like a summary of what the actual program is. To put everything pretty light and quick, we were granted some money a long time ago that was put in a trust, and that trust basically says 20% of the proceeds can be used to provide reasonable grant loans, student loans to people going into college, moving on, and that kind of thing. And we've been doing it way before my time here. We used to have way before my time another company that actually managed it for us. Now we do it ourselves. So last year we got together, and I believe we tried to offer about $75,000 worth of student loans to different individuals who applied for this. Full disclosure, my daughter was one of them. And most of it's based on need in that. We didn't have a lot of people for some reason want to reach out. It's kind of an odd thing that there's 0% interest loans. But it's just one of those things. My ultimate goal, honestly, to be straight up as well, is to me, this program is very hard to administer because we're constantly sending out information. We're constantly sending out stuff and getting payments for people who are out and we're not a lending agency, and trying to get somebody to take it on is really hard. So I don't think that was the extent of what we took on when we took this money on. And so I would like to see it more turn into a grant focus. I think we could do a grant, still provide reasonable grants to kids instead of need, and then go that way instead. So I am going to be talking to the lawyers, but until now, these are the rules that we have. So I need a representative. I would request a representative from the board, not an action item tonight, that you guys would be able to just sit in and look at the applications that come in and help us make the decision. It's literally like probably an hour of looking at the applications.
I'll
and
do
another
it.
an hour.
We don't even have to.
It's like
discuss.
2
I'm in.
hours
It's
worth
me.
of work.
2
Okay.
hours. You bring your question.
It's
I'm
super
there.
simple.
We're done.
And honestly, truly, the counselors, Mallory Essman and her college career counselors, do a lot of the work. They know the inside and out of these kids, and they give us the background, a lot of it, and we just sit there and say, yeah, that sounds great.
I would really be interested in what the attorneys have to say moving this to a grant. I think you'll get a lot more participation.
Well, I agree.
I would agree.
I mean, to me, it's such a pain. And some of these kids, they
look how
think
much
it's a
time is
grant.
it taken of yours.
Yeah, and some of them think it's a grant, and then they come out like, "Oh, you mean I
You
got
gotta pay it back?
$10,000 in loans here that you got to pay back?" We've tried everything we can to actually help these individuals so it doesn't financially burden them. We consolidate. We basically bring it down to $50 a month if they can't pay. I mean, it's really something that I don't care because it's not really my money. I just trying to do something to be able to help with the people.
Okay.
All right.
Are you going to get in touch with me about that?
Actually,
There's action, I think, next
I will
month.
put your name as the recommended motion for the next.
Yeah,
Perfect.
it doesn't actually start until
Okay, perfect.
April anyway, so you're fine.
Great, thank you. That was done. Mr. Dewey, I don't think you're going to sit down. Dr. Russell?
Chair Taylor, trustees, next up is our finance treasurer report, and Mr. Dewey's here to just explain a little bit of where we are. I think it's very similar to where we were last month, but also answer any questions you may have.
Yeah. If you open my quick slideshow.
Yeah, don't open that first one.
Good. All right. So I just kind of remind you guys where we were. The numbers, our February numbers did come in. So I do know a lot of this stuff is real in terms of revenue figures. We have 622 units that were a protected unit for us. Really, if we were to go straight ADA, it was roughly down and around of 606. So that is something, if we do not change funding formula, all that kind of stuff, that's what we're going to be dealing with going forward. How do we deal with that big of a decline again? And that's what we're working with, and some of the stuff we're working with calendar schedules, all that kind of stuff. And like I said, we did have a big average decline in teacher salaries as well. So that total loss of revenues that we see is estimated to be around 1.8. The reason I say estimated is a good chunk of our money is coming from operational, and that's not finalized until July. So our first part, which is a guaranteed 1.4, I do know what that number is for our state apportionment salary side. And so
the decline in teacher salaries, was that from the state?
No, actually what it is when we get a teacher who leaves, it had a lot more experience and higher in the career ladder.
You're talking,
and we
okay.
hire somebody new, our average teacher salary goes down.
So and that's why I wanted to clarify this for me and anyone who's listening.
Yeah.
It's not that the teacher.
This is revenue only. Yeah.
went down.
And this is revenue only, so it doesn't.
That's what they could read into that.
Yep.
And
You wanna go to
somebody
the
will.
next one? So again, I've said here, and I got to reiterate, so we do have some excess salary budget because of that. But it is covering the cost of what we're not getting in revenue. I have to stress that it's not that I have a whole bunch of extra money that we now get to spend. It's literally, okay, here's some money we have some savings in the budget that has made it so we don't have to freak out about losing $1.8 million. Okay. We do have some investment income that's coming in as well. Our transportation revenue actually came in $400,000 higher, but as I talked to a couple of the other person, one of which is the CFO over at West Data. They got more money as well. He tried to get the actual calculation of how it was figured, and they couldn't give it to him. So we're not sure if that's actually a good number or not. So I'm not going to stress on that until we actually get the schedule that basically says this is how it's calculated. Okay. And so I think they just wanted to get money out to us. So they gave us $5.4 million. Our budget was $5 million. And we said, fine, we'll take it and we'll just invest it. So other than that, we do have some expenses that we're seeing over some software and some other things we've had to do for some different things and some other purchases. And so we're looking good. I wouldn't say we're flush with money by any means. And hopefully we've got a great strategy for ESSER, the last ESSER. As soon as we get a lot of that done, we'll pull that back in. And that's the money that hopefully we'll be able to use to do some mitigation for next year. So we're not freaking all the way out and we're not having to make even more cuts if the financials don't come in the way they should. One of the things I was hoping is that we were going to get the supplemental money that was potentially off and that could come in. As you guys are aware, when they switched everything back down to ADA, the hit to public education in Idaho was $162 million. They've actually got a firm figure. They've requested that money get sent back to districts back through discretionary funding. Somehow that seems to be getting tied up at the lawmakers. They want to now do other things with it.
Funny how that is.
Even though it was obligated to us, somehow they're like, oh, this is free money now. So I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen with that. So I don't see us getting that at the end of the year. And if some of the new funding formula bills aren't getting out there, we won't see it for next year either. So that is the unfortunate part. The entire budget will actually go down significantly, which is what a lot of our legislators want to happen anyway. I mean, it's that whole fiscal responsibility in that. So that's basically where we are. So it could be dire, could be not, but we have to wait and see until we see some of this stuff hit the legislature.
Chair Taylor, yes or no question.
Yeah.
What we're doing and what the district is proposing, all of these things, that's everything around all of this mitigation and all that, and the discussion about 4 days and schedules and contract renegotiate, all that kind of stuff. With the cuts happening, we are moving in the right direction.
Yes.
We don't know. Thank you. We don't know what's
Yes
going
or
to
no?
happen. We don't know what's going to happen.
Yes or no?
But we are moving. I don't feel like we're gonna be in a position where we're gonna be trying to play catch up. I honestly feel like whatever happens in the future, we're gonna be in a really good position, whether our budget goes down or whatever that might be, because of decisions that are being made now. And because of the direction that the staff is moving. That's what I really wanted to get out there.
And I will say this, my job is to warn and make sure the powers here understand where we are, which is what I did months ago, which is why we're having the discussions now. I brought these discussions up. Hey, remember, this is an ESSER. This is an ESSER. We have $5 million just in ESSER that we have to make up just to get to regular budget, not to mention our declines that we're going to potentially have for additional students, where we're looking at that coming in still, and potential funding loss still with ADA, maintaining ADA.
Right.
So we have, as long as we do what we're trying to do and we get this done, it will put us in better positioning to not be drastic in the
That's
future.
a better way to say that. Yes. We're going to be in a better position to, Thank you. Appreciate that.
Any other questions?
Any other questions for Mr. Dewey? No, Mr. Dewey, thank you for your time tonight.
Great.
All right, Dr. Russell, superintendent report.
Chair Taylor, trustees, superintendent report, got several things to talk through. The first one is the high school bell schedule, very similar to a presidential election. If you want to divide folks, choose a high school bell schedule. And that is something that the superintendent made. Myself, I made that decision. That was not a school board decision. Made that decision based around a couple of things, primarily around student choice, and really wanted to keep that, and around the length of period. And Mr. Yarborough is going to talk through that a little bit today. He's going to cover some things. And if you have questions, please ask. But we have tons of information, and he's going to share with some of the information that we've been sharing with staff, and then what we're going to do now to start sharing with parents and students going forward.
Dr. Russell, thank you, Chair Taylor, trustees. So what I do have, and given the late hour, I don't want to belabor the point, but I also want to make sure that you have any questions you have, I can answer, and I believe I can speak to that. To frame this, I have spoken with all three comprehensive high school staffs. I talked with Nampa High and Skyview 2 weeks ago on Wednesday, Columbia last Wednesday. We went through what the possible bell schedules may look like, and I have a ton of models on that. And then we also leaned into what student schedules look like on a Tri-6, which I think is a really important point. I actually had scheduled today before the board meeting that a patron from Nampa High had reached out and had a number of students who are a little bit concerned and maybe don't understand the Tri-6 yet, wanted to speak with us. We had to cancel that meeting because a parent was out of town. We're going to get that back on the books. So our plan, like Dr. Russell alluded to, we've done some things to talk to staff, and now we need to start spreading that message to students as they get into course requesting, what that will look like, and then also what that will look like for parents and how we navigate that. Again, all in the context of 4 day, 5 day, right? So whatever that decision is, the Tri-6 has been decided, and we have models that can work with any of those. And really the reason we went with Tri-6, and I really appreciate Dr. Russell making that hard decision, because like you said, it's going to make somebody frustrated, right? Here's what I need you to understand. Under a Tri-6, kids have 18 opportunities for classes in a year. Under the current schedule right now on the AB block, kids have 16 options for classes in the year. If we had went with a straight 7, kids would have 14 options within a year. When you fill in their core classes and how that works, that drastically impacts what student choice is or will be. And I'll talk through some of those models for you today. We did go and talk to Bonneville, Rigby, and Blackfoot, who are all trimester districts. Bonneville and Rigby are on a Tri-6, and they use Power School, which is the same student information system we use. We did talk to Blackfoot as they are on a Tri-6 4-day student contact week. They use a different SIS, so we couldn't get into the details. When I say we, I took our master scheduling group, which includes our district master scheduler, a high school counselor representative, our vice principals that build the schedules at each one of our high schools, and we went and talked to those folks, because that's the first step. We need to get our folks that are building that apparatus and that backbone so that we can do the next pieces, which are course requesting and things, move from there. So again, student information and parent information coming. We had to front load with that group and get it out in front of staff so they can see what we're going to talk about. Okay. Tyler, go to the next slide, please. So real quickly, this is what I shared with, I'm not going to belabor this point. Everybody's seen that slide. Next slide, Tyler. And then this slide again, just to share so that folks understand what moving the high school schedule did allowed us to save at least 20 FTE. When I say save, we're going to save that through attrition and some things that we need to do to balance, but there will be 20 less high school teaching positions in the schedule because teachers go from teaching 6 of 8 on a block schedule to teaching 5 of 6 on a trimester schedule. So they're teaching 15 classes as opposed to 12 classes within the year. Okay, so that's where the savings come from. Next slide, Tyler. This one is really, really important. And this is the math that shows why the Tri-6 and the AB block and how these things fold together. So I want to make sure we're clear here. Under our current schedule right now, the semesters are 43 to 46 days long. When you divide that, when you do that in AB block, there are 43 A and B days because that's one day, if you will, even though they're 2 chronological days. The number of instructional hours we have with an 82-minute class period right now in our schedule is 58.76 hours. That's 43 days. That's for the first semester. It's actually even a little less than that because I didn't, for the calculation here, take out the early release Wednesdays. And so there are 9 times 5, 45 minutes comes off of that again for each A or B block. So it's actually down to about 58 hours. Under the Tri-6 on a 5-day week, as you can see there, the number of instructional hours is 62.8 if we have 65-minute periods. And if you do a 4-day Tri-6 at 75-minute periods, it's 61.25. I want to be really transparent. That first that shows the current AB block is with mentoring in our schedule. Those other 2 are not, but I do have some models that will show what happens, and they basically balance to the 58.76 number when we put mentoring in. The reason I didn't put those in this slide is we have to look at what model does that end up. Is it a 75-minute period? Is it a 72-minute period? And there's some pieces there that lean down to how we could navigate mentoring being in that schedule. Okay. So again, this was the presentation that I gave to the high schools so that they understood what's going on. I do want to highlight there, straight 7 would have given us up to 70 hours in a class. But don't forget what Dr. Russell spoke about earlier, that bundling conundrum of CTE. And by the way, we have about 2,000 students in our 3,700 that shuttle for CTE or travel for CTE. I pulled those numbers today. 2,000 students, not 2,000 enrollments, 2,000 individual students transfer within our system. So again, well over half of our population involved in that. Exactly. That shuttling piece or the bundling concept, if you don't have it to where you shuttle each period, it becomes significant. And that's why I tried a straight 7 took away student choice and caused that variable. And so the Tri-6 was where we landed. Okay.
Quick, I don't want to belabor this, but so at the end of the day, you take the mentoring, you take basically what we're getting is the same thing.
Yes.
58.7, 58 hours or so, whether it's Tri-6 5-day, Tri-6 4-day, or the current AB block, we're still at about 58. So
really important to understand too. Yes, Trustee Kirkman. And this is doing 2 of 3 trimesters.
Yeah.
In the semester, it's both semesters all year long. These numbers are teaching 2 of the 3 trimesters. So if you have any classes that you teach 3 of 3, add on another 60 hours in that class.
Yeah.
Oh, I promise it'll make sense.
It gets better. It gets better. He's like, oh, just wait. You're like coming alive. This is like your love language right now. It's like,
I would not call.
Wait.
I have a very love-hate relationship with this slideshow because I'm really done with it. But we'll get there. Okay.
He's like, just wait.
The survey, and again, I appreciate the comments on the survey that we did send out. Really, really specifically, that survey was designed intentionally to put things in tension. And what I mean by that, we asked, do you want longer class periods? And everybody said yes. Well, do you want a semester or trimester? Well, I want a semester. You can't do both. And we wanted to understand, what is that tension point? We also asked the things like, do you want us to explore a 4-day week? Some of the emails that you've received, which I have also received, people think that they were voting for something. Right. Again, it wasn't a vote, it's a survey. And I just really like to frame that again as we get into
I think
this.
it's really brilliant that you point out it is to find where the tension is, because it's very difficult in a survey to actually explain that. So it does make sense when you preference it that way.
Survey questions is an art.
It is an art.
It's an
Now,
art form.
within that survey question, mentoring is one of the things that, quite honestly, at the district office level, we have heard not great things about high school mentoring. The survey data that we did get back, though, was actually really eye-opening. 61% of our parents and 61% of our students said they want mentoring. Yes, in the affirmative. Not yes and I don't care. Yes, in the affirmative. There were between 12 and 13% that were no preference, and then the no's were the other percentage points. If we add on those percentages to the yes, you're looking at 70 to 75% of folks say we want mentoring in our schedule. One parent comment was to the effect, I'm new to this district. My student would not have survived had it not been for mentoring. That connected him with an adult, and it's mattered that much to my child. Very anecdotal, very one sliver of data, but I think it's important for us to understand that. Interestingly, our high school staff, 50-50, staff is split on that. We know we still have work to do in mentoring and what that looks like, but the student and parent data, again, show that we need to keep mentoring in some fashion within our schedule. So that will explain, again, the other pieces we get to in a moment. Okay. Tyler, next slide. Okay, here's where it gets tricky. See if you can click in those links. Click on the first one, please. The block 7 and the try 6.
It's opening, but I gotta switch the screen.
Okay, I apologize. These next slides that are not slides, Excel spreadsheets I'm going to show you. These are the things that I used to show high school staff why we landed where we did and what the possibilities for them will become.
I don't have access.
Okay, give me 2 seconds.
It's super secret, Tyler.
It's not that. It's just that I don't want people messing it up.
That's more important.
Tyler, don't mess it up.
Tyler's probably one of the few people that I could just give it to. We'd be fine.
Trust.
I'm going to give you access to both, Tyler. There's 2 spreadsheets on there. Okay, the last one we just came to. So what I did was I took, as you'll see here in the spreadsheet, so just so we can start prepping while he's loading it, I took Nampa High School's current English schedule that they have on the AB block. And I know it's small there, but we scroll over to the very beginning of the spreadsheet. What I show here is and can you zoom in at all? I don't know if that's possible. There are 7 teachers right now that are teaching English at Nampa High School. What you have there is actually the courses they have in the current schedule, how that looks, how they teach it. You can see in column J that a number of our teachers are teaching 7 periods, not 6 periods under the 6 of 8. They are being compensated by teaching an extra period, teaching 7 of 8, because we didn't have an extra English teacher there. Okay. That is current right now at Nampa High School. The reason I use that, English touches every kid in a high school. Every kid, regardless of what grade level they're at, they have that class. So the methodology here is I took those courses, doesn't matter what they're labeled, it just matters for a course schedule piece. I duplicated that from semester 1 to semester 2. And it shows that we have 94 sections of English in our current AB block schedule. 94 periods, takes care of all our kids in both semesters.
At Nampa.
At Nampa High, yes. But again, using the real data, could have done the same thing.
Could have been at any school.
Exactly.
But, yeah.
That's the idea. The next set of rows there, if you look at row 12 through row 18, I took the very same schedule and I copied and pasted it into a straight 7 schedule and how that would look. So you can see again in rows B through I in the first, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now it's B through H, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The courses in red, again, it doesn't matter what the title of that course is. It just shows that if we had every teacher teaching and they had one prep with 2 of them teaching without a prep, we still would have 3 courses we couldn't fit in a straight 7 schedule. Straight 7 would make class sizes go up. Okay, so we did not do that. In fact, again, 44 there, if you replicate that out for 2 semesters, it's 88 possible sections. So 94 or 88 possible sections given what we have now and what a straight 7 will look like. The next 3 sets, go ahead and scroll down a little bit, Tyler. The next 3 sets are a Tri-6. Again, the same methodology, taking what is current right now in the system, pasting that down into the structure of a Tri-6, but only pasting it 2 times because we're looking at 2 of 3, not 3 of 3. All of the green sections, scroll down just a little bit more, Tyler. All of the green sections show extra periods, keep going, within the actual schedule. Meaning that if we did nothing, that's where we save FTE. Those extra sections, if we left class sizes exactly they are under Tri-6, students taking 2 of 3, that's the savings in green. Or if you need to keep those sections and carve out FTE in other departments or locations, those are now extra periods you have within your schedule. Basically 108 opportunities for students to take classes.
Did you have to do this because people had a hard time understanding the Tri-6? Okay.
1 million%.
Because I was sitting here being like, I told you I wanted a Tri-6. Okay. Okay.
Now
okay.
you know why.
Now I know why that you had to do
Chair-
this. Well,
Chair
no,
Taylor,
I knew why,
one of
but
the-
I was trying to figure out why this had to have been very in depth for you.
Yeah.
So it may have been very difficult for people to understand a Tri-6.
Yes, it is.
I didn't understand the difficulty till this moment.
Chair Taylor, one of the things, trustees, we just wanted to get out is
No, it's- I get
it
it.
does provide us the more choice that we had. That was one of the
Correct.
concerns that a Tri-6 really wouldn't, or we heard from our own students come and say,
Oh.
I'm not going to be able to take as many classes, or this is going to
Got
hurt
it.
me in this
Because
way.
they heard 6.
So again, to show the math, there is actually there. To show the economics, it's there.
It's there.
Now it's just a matter of getting the kids to see their schedule and
I
what it's
get
going
it.
to be like.
108 opportunities versus 90.
Yeah.
Yes, and the other key is you've heard this as well on do I take math 2 of 3, and if I don't take math one of the trimesters, that's going to hurt me. I won't get as much time, et cetera, et cetera. Well, we're still getting the same amount of time in 2 or 3, and if you do go 3 of 3, you get way more time on it. And so we'll talk about some of the courses we're talking about. 3
Got
or
it.
3
I'm
or
sorry.
3.
I didn't mean to derail us. I
You-
just wanted to understand why we were going signed up, but I get it now. Not
You-
everybody understood the
They did not.
benefit of Tri-6.
And to be really clear, the Rubik's Cube here of what those sections are titled, that's the work I didn't do. I just took what was existing. That's what a scheduler will do when we build that schedule, how it works. Tyler, will you go to the next tab where it says student teacher mock schedules on that same spreadsheet? This is the actual piece, and scroll over to the, These are actual potential models for student schedules and teacher schedules, teaching 2 of 3, looking at a couple courses that may be year-long courses. I'll explain that when we get to the schedule C there, if you will, for AP Physics and what that might be. And then the last one I did a freshman class of 3 of 3 if we decide to do that for core classes per se. What I want you to focus on is the colors of the graph.
Mm-hmm.
In the upper corner, right, green are the required courses that a sophomore student would need to take. That's math, science, English, and social studies, taking 2 of 3, and look at the number of elective sections that they have and the choice they have within that. I did put in a possible intervention section, which is something we will need to build within our system, and we will not have that functional and perfect this first year through. It will be something that we build to of how do we intervene when kids aren't being successful. But as you can see, we have flexibility to do that within schedules.
I just feel like my kids would have enjoyed this schedule so much more. A math, no math, 1 quarter.
Yep.
Bring them back.
And if you look at the rows moving down, excuse me, the columns
Sorry,
moving
one
down,
trimester.
that's the student load. They're taking 6 courses at one time. But if you look at that with 3 core, they still have 2 electives and maybe that athletic, which would be an elective. That is, again, as we referenced earlier, in that 6th period, if that's a football player or a volleyball player, we can give them an athletic period, which counts as one of their electives. So again, they would have less if they are a 3-sport athlete, like Mr. LeBou referenced earlier. But here's the trick. Even as a 3-sport athlete, they're going to have 15 options, whereas if we'd done this under a semester, they only have 14 options anyway. So this does provide students with more choice. It is a change in thinking, a change in practice. It will require adjustment. Next to that is a teacher A schedule. Again, just for example, in that first column there in column J, teacher teaching the same class the whole way through. They're teaching math 1A and they're, let's say, a football coach. That would be what their schedule would look like. If trimester 2, they would be teaching a combination of math 1A and math 1B. They have an intervention section and maybe they teach a math 2A section. Could be as many as 4 preps out of 5. That's a lot, but wanted to show what those possibilities may or may not be. And then in the last trimester, they would be teaching again, a variety of courses and an intervention section for 3 preps within that. Now, remember, right now in our high school schedule, teachers get 182-minute prep. This affords them, if we go to a 5-day week, a 60 to 65-minute prep, whatever that is, or if we go to a 4-day week, a 70 to 75-minute prep, depending on what that ends up being. Maybe down in 67, 68 with mentoring. I'll show that in a second.
Because my eyes are so bad, is there a CTE in any of these mock
So
schedules?
I didn't put CTE because they're electives. So you can
So
just
it's
put
just the
any
elective.
of those. They would be
Got
blue
it.
in there. Exactly.
Okay.
There's no required there. What I did do in Kids C and Teacher C was show an AP class. And we said, hey, let's run that all year long. Let's run that 3 of 3. That still needs to be decided with our master schedulers and course and AP and dual credit course instructors. In talking with Rigby, they do not do very much AP at all. They do a lot of dual credit with a variety of universities, and virtually, I shouldn't say virtually, the vast majority of theirs are 2 of 3, even with dual credit. They don't teach all year long unless it's a very specific course through a couple universities. They do very, very heavy, intense instruction. They actually do 2 of 3 rather than 3 of 3. So again, that will be something we need to figure out. The reason I bring that up, it is very likely that this next year, we toy with having very minimal classes that would be 3 of 3 to gather some data for what works for the Nampa district, what works for our kids, so that we can get to a process where if we're going to have courses that are going to be 3 of 3, we need to be very intentional at what those courses are and why we would offer those courses. Okay. So I just want to preface that for the next few months when you hear, well, I want my class all year long. Every high school teacher wants their class all year long. If I was still in the classroom, I'd be like, well, I could probably have them all year long. That isn't what student need is. And I've shown you the math. And by the way, we see them every day under this schedule where you saw them every other.
Correct.
In the block.
Yeah.
And some of that AP class, that would, some of that might be dependent on the like College of Western Idaho or university or something like that, what those requirements might be.
And didn't we already talk about that it's more beneficial to get your general education certificate while going to high school and so on and so forth?
Correct.
Okay, one last question. I see intervention. I don't see mentoring.
So I'll explain mentoring. Mentoring wouldn't be in this schedule because it's not a course that a kid takes per se. I'll explain that on the bell schedule side. So
And it's not really an elective either.
Correct. It's not.
Got it.
We actually give it a half of an elective credit.
Okay.
But it is not an elective course that we required. It's how we help some kids that are close on that bubble in our current system of they're a 50 credit senior and they needed an elective, and we find a way that their mentoring works out.
Is there any discussion to maybe an option to choose that as an elective? Because some students don't need it. Some students do.
We have discussed that as putting that in. The one challenge then becomes it's another prep for teachers for the entire 75 or 65 minutes. And quite honestly, to speak bluntly, and maybe this parent and student data shows a little bit of that, sometimes the kids who need mentoring the most aren't going to choose that.
Right.
So that could be a conversation we would need to have.
With
So
the
I'll show you what we've done to build
Okay,
a possibility in for that. Tyler, let's go back to the slideshow and click on the next link, if you will. Or I'm sorry, click on the next link and that will pull up what you have there. So, okay, this one's, as you can see, sorry, to the left, I put in a lot of bell schedules of things that could work. We're not going to get bogged down on this sheet. I'm going to move to the next one. I just want you to know that the data is there. Move to sheet 2, please. Move all the way to the left. This is the slide that caused some consternation because I did put this in a 4-day scenario to show the high schools of what this may or may not end up when it comes to length of day. Okay. So in the first model, if you'll see under column A, that shows a start time like we have right now of 7:40 in our high schools, 75-minute class periods, a 40-minute lunch, and 5-minute passing periods. School would end at 4:15 for students. Now, again, that's 4 days. So what we're actually doing is adding on with those passing periods, approximately between 50 and 65 minutes to the day for students in any one of those things. Again, just as models, I want to be clear on that. The other two there, one that shows mentoring and one that shows no mentoring, is that we would put in a mentoring period. So 75 minutes in column C is with a 4-minute passing period, again to that 4:10 marker starting at 7:40. The last column that we look at there is column E. That's with a 30-minute mentoring intervention period. You can see that in column G, and it relates to the 11:22 to 11:52. These are models. These are not, hey, we've decided that the classes are this time. We don't even know if we're on a 4-day week. Okay, so let's be really clear. That has not been decided. These are models to understand. If you look at the columns under, or the rows underneath that, I also ran what a 48-day trimester would look like and what a 49-day trimester would look like. And then if you move across the spreadsheet, it shows 24 days of mentoring and 24 days of non-mentoring. That gets us to 58 hours in a class. Remember our initial sheet, 58.76 hours. Very, very, very comparable. On a 49, we get to 59.25 hours in the class. Again, that's on 75-minute periods and then a 70-minute period. Any questions on like structure here? Again, I don't want to get bogged down on the 410 or 415. That's still to be determined. There's a lot there, but just the structure so that it makes sense. Tyler, you go to the next tab on that sheet, and then I promise I'll hurry up, guys. I know it's late. Go to the very top here.
No,
so
you're
here's.
fine.
I'm good. I don't know about these guys.
No, you're
Hey, you
totally
could-
fine.
I would stay here till 2 in the
Full
morning.
disclosure, I forgot my dad had to take a pill.
So under this model, I want to direct you to column A, which is I built the same schedule. I backed up the start time for secondary 5 minutes to go to 7:35. We know that's not the most beneficial given the fact that brain research says kids going later in the day is better. We know that. But that will be the cost of moving to a 4-day schedule. We can't do that with a 2-tiered busing system like we have. Mr. Stauffer spoke to that before. Again, 2-tiered, remember, we've got to use the same buses to do secondary and elementary busing. This is a schedule built at 72-minute periods in column A. In column C, it shows mentoring down to a 26-minute mentoring period, moving those classes down to 67 on the days that we would have mentoring. Column E shows no mentoring again on a 73-minute period. And then column G shows that same mentoring, but the mentoring goes to 32 minutes because we take that extra minute and put that there. Now, I know we're in a board meeting and I don't want to get all bogged down in this, but the math underneath that, Tyler, you scroll down go down a little bit more to the last 3 gray boxes. So go down right there. Sorry. Go up just a tiny bit, like 2 rows. Okay, that first box there shows a 48-day trimester. What that looks like on 72, remember column A is 72 minutes, column E is 73 minutes. That shows you the timing and how we would navigate through that with offering mentoring or not. If we go less than 75 minutes a day on a 4-day student contact week schedule, we get down to where those numbers of class time, it's not great. You get down to the 53.6 if you do mentoring all 4 days. That's probably not tenable. That's probably not a good idea for us to do. But if you build back from there and you said, hey, we're going to do 1 mentoring day a week or 2 mentoring days a week, those numbers within there show you what it looked like on a 48-day try, 49-day try. And then if you'll scroll down to the very bottom, Tyler, a 50-day try. And here's the scenario that I really want you to understand. On a 50-day try, if we did no mentoring at all on 72 minutes, that's 60 hours. If we did no mentoring at all in a 73-minute period, that's 60.8 hours. Then when we put mentoring in there in any combination thereof, even if we split it, that we went 2 days of mentoring within a 4-day student contact week, and not 2 days of mentoring, we could get as high as 58.3. Again, the very same number that we're dealing with right now in our current schedule. So those are the models that I want to get out so people start to understand. Should the board choose to go to a 4-day student contact week, pieces of this are in negotiation. Like once we change that dynamic, then we have to figure out what is the length of teacher contract time in a day. What is the teacher contract total days? What is the number of student time? All the models we've seen and what we've seen from other schools is basically that about an hour longer is what you have to do to go to a 4-day. I have all these scenarios available for a 5-day as well. That doesn't change really anything of what our start and end time is now. It may change our student contact time by about 5 to 10 minutes in any given day on a 5-day schedule, which is why I haven't spent the time building those. This is the unique and novel. We can build it on the 5-day fairly easily.
So trustees, more than anything, I know we got in deep but we wanted to show that the information's here. So if you're hearing from folks, patrons, concerns, to please send them our direction. We believe we can walk through any of their questions, take them down if they'd like to, and see the schedules, student, teacher, et cetera, et cetera.
So am I missing? I don't, this is just for clarification. Are we getting a lot of emails surrounding the high school schedule anymore? I haven't seen a lot of those come through to us. I've seen a lot come through on the 4-day school
Yeah,
week.
now it's mostly 4 days.
Yeah, okay. So this must be what you guys are in the weeds about right now.
We are. And the reason why we want to bring that up
Yeah.
is the connection with
Sure.
what you may or may not hear as people deal with change.
Sure.
The change for high school teachers is you are going from having 82 minutes of prep to down to maybe 75 minutes, down to 60 minutes. That will be a frustration of teachers.
Sure.
And they're also teaching 5 periods in the day as opposed to 3 periods in the day. What we also wanted you to be prepared for to send to us is if kids say, I'm losing choice. No, you're not. We can show you unequivocally, objectively, you're getting more choice actually. The last thing I would leave is 2 pieces. The athletic period we want to make sure is available because that benefits our system. The other thing we really need to do and talk with the other districts that are on Tri-6, they have a school to work program where kids earn credit for working their job that they're working anyway. So rather than having just open periods, I can have kids that are working and making money, getting credit in high school for that for part of their electives to meet that. And they're serving the need for their family. They're taking care of their own business. And we might and it actually helps them understand that real world connection that Dr. Russell talked about. They can balance all those things.
Okay.
Okay.
Questions, trustees?
Oh, one last thing. Religious release is in there as well, meaning seminary or launchpad as we have. Those are possibilities with any of those trimesters. We have spoken with some LDS leaders, particularly on the other side of the state. They do seminary 2 of 3. They don't do it all 3. Although that would be a conversation that any individual student or family could have under Idaho code. Interestingly enough, with going to a tri, state code only allows for 165 hours of religious release. We have 180 in our system. So that's an interesting dynamic, but it will be open to students. And I do need to share this because I think it is important to hear. Right now in our system, 11% of our high school students use religious release time. 11%. I thought that was much higher.
How much of that percentage is forced? That's what I'd like.
That's a great question. And I'm going to tell you by the school, none.
I meant by parents.
So is our curriculum,
go ahead.
So is our curriculum, it's based on a semester type concept. So if a kid his freshman year wanted to do like math, and eventually maybe by the middle of his junior year, he doesn't have to take math anymore. Are those courses going to be available for him to take? I mean, are we going to be able to fill every class curriculum all year long?
Trustee Jennings, yes and no. What I'll say by that is theoretically, yes, we could have a person that just says, I am going to graduate early. And we have kids do that in our current system. So yes, that option is available. What we will have to do is figure out the nuance of how does that work for the advanced math student and the behind math student to make sure we have teachers that are able to appropriately teach all the courses needed. But what it does do is provide a framework that there are more options. So yes, we can figure out ways to navigate that. I won't tell you that it's going to work perfect the first time through because it won't. That's been our experience in talking with other districts who have done it, but they've gotten into a cadence where they feel they really are serving the needs of students and allowing maximum student choice while giving students flexibility to meet their needs. So the long answer is yes, probably, but I just want to be clear and transparent. As we build that, that'll be some of the learning that we go through. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
One last thing, I love the and this is just maybe for consideration as you work down this road, but the credit for work for somebody having a job, would there be a possibility if a student were to do like service project, we'd be involved with a nonprofit, not getting paid, it's not a job, but it's something they provide service in the community,
right.
Maybe get credit for something like that too. And maybe that would encourage students to be involved a little bit more in a different way.
Trustee Kirkman, I think that's a great plan. What I'm going to be really honest with, I got to find an IC code that matches up with what we report to the state. So, but I do think that there's possibility for that. And we could explore what that would look like to encourage that. And as well, again, having those options for kids benefits kids and it benefits families to have that too. Kids not having to choose between, well, am I staying in school or working? We do have families in that situation. And this provides, again, somewhat of a buffer mechanism there. Because if we got kids that work really late, they can come in school a little later and count that work, at least that first period. Now they don't start until 9 o'clock or 9:30, right? We've got flexibility.
I love that flexibility piece.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, I wish it would have been a little bit more detail with the numbers and everything. But
Well,
no, that's
try
awesome.
to
Thank
answer all
you.
the questions before they happen.
Thank
All
you.
right,
Love it.
Dr. Russell, vendor contracts.
Yeah, trustees, Mr. Stauffer's going to come up and talk through some of the vendor contracts. This was some of the information that was shared at our last board meeting. He's also going to discuss our school boundaries process, so you have an idea where that is, and then talk about some easements that we have been approached to from the city.
Chair Taylor, trustees, again, this is just a follow-up on the conversation that we had at our last board meeting and just making sure that we have addressed some of those questions that were out there. I know you were sent some information that we had gathered and put together. Just wanted to make you aware of things that we're doing around the contracts. We have been working on some negotiations with both of our major vendors, being the custodial and our busing. Our busing is kind of in this place where we're stuck until we know how many days of the week we're working. There's not a lot that we can do until we have that information and be able to move forward on what type of structure that we need to build. I do think, however,
And do they understand that?
They do.
They're fully aware. Okay.
They're fully aware.
Great.
Also, just as full disclosure, I have been trying to work with see what other vendors are out there that could potentially provide a service for us. We are, with our time frame, we're really limited on our spectrum of vendors that could provide us a service due to the time frame that we just have to make these decisions and the start of the next school year. If you think about acquiring 150 school buses, finding a place to put 150 school buses that has a shop to be able to take care of those, it's not a quick decision that a company can come in and automatically go, boom, we have everything available for you. So it does limit some of our potential suitors out there because of our timing. Doesn't mean there aren't any, but it limits it extremely narrow. We're talking maybe a one or maybe a two other vendors that might be able to help us with that. But we are looking, and I am visiting with them. And so there is some ongoing conversations across the board, as I am also working with a Brown Bus company and still working through our relationship that we currently have with them.
Would it make just sense to say that you're making sure that you're an educated choice maker?
Absolutely. And
Yeah,
we
I
just
mean,
wanna
I
make sure
feel
that
like that's all that
fully
you're
aware
doing at
as
this
well.
point, because I don't
Yeah.
feel like you're going out to bid. I feel like you're making sure that you're making educated decisions. And this economy is forcing us to have to go back and relook and re-ask and look under every rock because of the inflation. So
Correct.
I just want to say it that way because I don't want there to be any misconception that you're looking,
Right.
you're just being an educated choice
We're making
maker.
sure that we're educated
Yep.
on what's available, what's out there, and we're
Yep.
also trying to maximize the restraints that we currently have
Yep,
as well.
that makes perfect sense.
Well, even if there wasn't a timeline, finding a bus company to be able to drop in here with a parachute and say, "We got you," it's not a
different, yeah.
reality.
It's a challenge for sure.
Yep.
I do think some of the things that through this investigation and learning and acquiring and spreading out and finding more information, there are some things that I do think that are a benefit for us in our current negotiations, even with Brown Bus. I do think one of the things that we're very interested in is looking for a complete audit of our transportation system to find out if we are maximizing our current routes to the most efficiency. And it's something that's been on our mind, but that's something that we are discussing. It's something that I've been working with Dr. Russell on, and it's most likely something that we would like to have done regardless of what transportation system we have, is to really see, are we running routes the most efficiently as possible for our biggest bang for our buck? And that's not something that has been currently a part of our contract with our current company, with Brown Bus, but it is something that we are working on and negotiating through. And it is something we can even do independently of that. It's something that we could do on our own to look at how we are maximizing our current route structures.
Yeah, well, when we know better, we do better.
Absolutely, absolutely. So there is some of those things that we can do in this process. Similarly with, and I put in the information that I think was shared with you as well, some of the opportunities that we have to look at different types of services for custodial. I have also met with different custodial organizations. Again, the timing of where we are at makes it a difficult swap out for another agency. Not that it's impossible. There are not, currently I haven't found a system that is large enough that it currently has a footprint in Idaho to handle our load. There are outside Idaho companies that do have some interest of getting into Idaho in some shape or form, but they currently do not have a footprint in Idaho. But there is interest. The biggest piece for all of those is the initial capital cost to come into a system. And most likely any organization that does come into our area is going to be hiring a lot of the employees from the departed company, if that does happen, or if we ever explore that option. Which again comes back to we'll be kind of in the same boat with just different people that we don't know. A good scope and sequence is really what I'm working on right now to make sure we have the right scope and sequence to define what the work is, and also to look at the financial needs that we have as a district. And I think I give you a rubric of a couple of those options that are in there for us to consider. So there is some work that we can do in that area as well. So just more of an update from our previous conversations. As we get closer to the recommendations, again, the 4-day week changes each of these. If we make that decision or not. So a 5-day or 4-day week does have implications on both sides. And so once we have that decision, then we can start narrowing down what our options are.
And with these contracts, the decision to a 4-day week, if that were to be in April, or not a 4-day week, is that still timeline? Does that still work for these contracts?
It
I know
does.
the sooner the better.
Yeah, no, I think the answer is it leads us more to looking at our current contracts and renegotiating those, and looking outside, because our bidding process, and there is a way that we could go to the co-op or the government pricing, but we wouldn't necessarily go out for bid. Does that make sense? So when you go with government pricing, it's already been through a bid process before. There is a way that we could link into those if we so desired, but it doesn't have the local component where we send them out for bid underneath our umbrella and see what we can get. So the bidding process and our timeline is getting really to its last pieces where we may not have that as a really good viable option in order to start the next year with services.
Sorry, but I don't get really the opinion that you necessarily want to go out, or I don't get the impression that we necessarily even want to go out to bid. I really get the impression that you are just making sure that you're doing due diligence.
Correct.
Because of the exponential cost increase we're being faced with yet again, so what I hear is that you're protecting our current relationships while making sure that we're not getting our screwed. I almost said the AS. That's pretty close.
It's 9:30. That's an
Handed
appropriate
to
word
us.
now.
Like
Right?
here,
All
I
the kids are in bed.
yeah. So right.
Absolutely.
So okay.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
And again, it's just to make sure that, again, as the board, you are aware of all the things that we're going through to ensure that we are getting
So really quick,
the best
because
bang
I
for the
think
buck.
we're aware. Guys, do we need him to expand? I think you've done a really good job of making us aware of where you're at. And I think we're all very good with your explanation.
So my hope is next time that we come forward, we'll be coming forward with a recommendation.
I agree.
If that is what the board wants, we're happy to do that for you.
Yeah, I don't think at this point 4 or 5 day
we're not ready.
we need to
Yeah,
wait till
I don't think.
April.
Yeah, I don't think.
We
I
need
would
to
agree.
move on these contracts.
Yeah, the caveat here is
sooner
the
the
4 or
better.
5. Yeah.
Yep. And then with that, I'll put that one to bed, just again, the update, and then I'll move on to the update on our reboundary process, which will start next Monday with our first group. I have a quick PowerPoint that Tyler will put up for us that will give us some information. I'm going to do a little backtrack to kind of tell you how many people that we have, and it is awesome. I do have to say the amount of parental and community input exceeded what we had anticipated, which is a great problem for us to have. We do have 60 groups district-wide. Remember, we were shooting for 30.
That's amazing.
So we have double than what we were hoping to get, which is awesome. Columbia has 18 groups. They have 37 community members, 18 staff members, and 5 students. Again, if you look at that, our concern was making sure it was a 2-to-1 ratio with staff. We were able to accomplish that. Every parent or community member that lived in the Nampa school district and was not a staff member was put into this. So nobody was denied if they lived in the school district and were not a staff member. If they were a staff member and a parent, remember we said you only qualify as a staff member. And so some of those may not have been a part of this process because our staff member numbers were higher than 60. So we did have to reduce the amount of staff that So some staff were not accepted to be a part of this process. That was the only group that had reduction. Every other group, we took every person that applied, which again, beneficial for us, more options for us to look at. The community is heavily involved in this process. So really good stuff here. Nampa was our biggest show. The people that live in the Nampa zone. We have 30 groups that come just from Nampa alone. And they are 57 community members, 30 staff members, and 2 students.
It shows you what we really care
Oh,
about.
come on. I knew you were going to say something to that.
Shows you that we're really there when it counts.
Skyview had 14 groups with 20, I think that's 28, 29 community members, 14 staff members, and 7 students will be in those groups. Now, out of those, we have sent out verification to see if they can attend their time slots. So the column on the right is those that have confirmed that they will be there. So for the Columbia, out of all those numbers, we have 39 that have completed and saying that they're going to be there. We're still waiting on 24 of those. We have sent out multiple reminders. We sent another one today. We will continue plugging those reminders to have them fill out. And even if they don't fill it out, this is for planning purposes. If some of them show up, we'll be fine. We'll be able to handle them. It just helps us in the planning purposes of making sure we have enough
food.
The right groups, enough food. He says, yes, enough food, enough electronics or laptops and all the things that we need to make the groups function well. That's really what we're looking at here. But again, 24, we're still waiting for the Columbia group, 14 in the Nampa group. Again, that Nampa group did come in very well and has responded really well to any of our
72
information.
completed.
72
You should have
completed.
just led with that.
Yeah. Skyview 39 completed, and we're waiting for 12. So again, our numbers are pretty good here as far as people who can come to the timeframes. And so we're excited about that process. We have a couple meetings this week to finalize a few of the details with our HPM group. But 5 o'clock on Monday, we will start at Nampa High from 5 to 8 o'clock. On Tuesday from 1 to 4 will be the Skyview group. And then the 5:30 to 8:30 will be the Columbia group.
So Nampa starts Monday at 5.
Monday at 5.
Okay.
Clerk Lamont, can you send this out?
I'm actually doing that right now.
Okay. And then I apologize if you've answered this and I missed it, but the responses to those that applied to be a part of this group, I think that was in my question to you. What was that process like? And have those that applied who didn't get selected been notified? And if not,
Yes.
will they?
So again, remember, all community members were accepted that lived in the Nampa School District. We did have a couple that had kids open enrolled that tried to be in the process. And we did not accept those that were not in the Nampa school boundaries.
Okay.
Does that help that?
Yeah, I'll get some clarification with you after.
Perfect.
Okay.
And then as far as responses, again, the right-hand column is the responses that we received after we sent it out to those who we have selected.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for that update.
Perfect. Yep.
Great update. Easement.
Whew, that one's fun. I'm really looking forward to next week to see what this process, the fruit that it bears. I mean, this is the rebounding
easements.
process I'm really excited about the community effort that's going to be a part of it. So we're looking forward to bringing the information back to you when we are completed with it all.
Really quick, Clerk Lamont, I think we want the times, and I was just going to say, do we need to post a quorum?
Probably.
Yeah. So the times of those, I'm probably going to go to Nampa's on Monday for sure.
I will work with the staff
To get that and
And
post
then
a
I will
quorum so
draft-
that way.
yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. I just wanted to. Great.
There's a possibility.
There's a possibility.
Perfect. All right. My third one that I wanted to update with you and give you some pre-information on, I am going to be coming back per the city's request to talk about some easements on our properties. We have 3 different requests that the city has provided to us. One of them is going to sound familiar to 2 of you. You've seen it and heard it before, but the other 2 are new and I think very viable and things that we should consider for the district. And Tyler has some maps of these I can send up. The first one is at West Park. They are remodeling the bathrooms that sit in the middle of the quad of the softball field. So they're going to move the bathroom out to an exterior corner along our property line. In order to do that, they need to get an easement to move some of the water lines, and that potentially will cross over into our area. You can see the map up here where they're going to move it to. It's right on the border of the park and the school property. Great benefit for everybody involved, for the city, and I believe for us as well. We use that field for the Nampa High baseball or softball complex. It will provide us, the city and potentially us, a little bit more storage place, because they'll keep the building that's in the middle of the quad, but they'll take out the bathrooms in it and move those bathrooms out to the exterior where it shows you over there on that map. This is their initial component. We will have all of the official paperwork is being done right now that I can bring back, but I just wanted to present this to you beforehand to see any thoughts that you may have or concerns with it, so that when I do come to present it, we can have those attended as well. But again, I do think this one is in good interest for the district to consider.
I mean, it's just an easement, still our land.
Yeah.
You gonna give us a key to use the bathrooms?
Great question. Great question.
Do we
It
get
might be
priority?
pending on that, yeah.
Yeah. They should be open during game time. So. The next one is also, I think, a very easy
Is
one.
this a planning and zoning issue that needs to come to, it's just a city?
It's a city.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are
City
some
kids can
smaller
easement.
ones for the city. Yeah.
Okay.
The other one is another easement in front of Sherman Elementary. They are replacing the water line with a 6-inch water line right now. It will definitely help our water control and our water movement that we have at Sherman. It's just an upgrade for that entire system. It comes right underneath our property line, as you can see. So they need that easement. I'm still getting the ETA on when this will be done. I am requesting that it needs to be done, obviously, during the summer, because that is the only entrance and exit for Sherman. There's no other entrance and exit. So the timing on this one is going to have to be done this summer. The other ones we have a little bit of flexibility on because it doesn't really impact students and impact our school at all at the west one. This one would impact our school, so we're working with them on the timing of it. But again, I do think another easement that is a pretty easy request from the city and something I do believe the district would be interested in. It does benefit our building.
Are we financially responsible for the repairs?
No, that's why the city would have the easement. They would be responsible for it. Yeah, this is not if we were putting in that line, then we would be responsible for it. But since the city is doing it, and that's where the easement comes in.
Does that road need to be repaved anyways?
Hey, we'll take any roads repaired right now, right? But the problem is when they repair, it's about a line this big and it's in the middle. But
so these will come back next board meeting for a decision?
Yes, as soon as I get the proper paperwork from the city that promotes all that, this was just to give you some information that it's forthcoming.
What about the centennial or the?
The next one, this is the third one that has come up to the board before.
Yeah.
This was with Centennial Elementary. The city has procured some grants to extend the green belt behind Centennial Elementary. There is along the fence line that is on the east side that goes back along the back of the property line over to the Dallin Woods subdivision. There is a pathway that they are desiring to put in. The board, previous to my tenure here, my understanding is, and I might need your help with this, is that the board was not excited at that point in time and was also looking to see if the city would pay the district for that property. The city does not have the funds in the grant to do that. And so they've come back again to ask us if there's been any difference or another thought for the city to receive that land from the school district to put the green belt back in that area.
I just don't remember the exact conversation.
Well, I think it was, we weren't sure. I think that was kind of at the beginning of the discussion of what are we going to do, that kind
The
of thing.
centennial
And I
and
think the concern,
closing it and it being by the school.
well, that, and I think the concern is what if the school district decided to sell that property and here was this easement for that running through the thing. And I think that was probably the crux of.
I remember talking about it. I just don't remember the conversation.
So they've come back with the request. I do think, again, we're in a different situation.
Yeah.
You know, Centennial is in a different place right now. It will no longer be a school that will be operating as a school. They do have a lot of designs. There were some requests made by the board that they did modify the plan to, which included the fencing and what style of fencing and what type of
This was from Peter.
It was pre-me.
Yes.
It was like
So-
when we first.
Okay,
got on.
yes.
It was in the first month.
First
Okay,
month or
this
two.
took me a minute. I was like, when did you talk to me about this? I
Yes.
remember.
I did not. This is my first time
Okay.
with it. So it's been over a year and a half that this has been talked about. So again, they've requested us to reconsider. I told them that I would bring it to you, and they'll be providing more information if we are interested in looking at it. Again, I currently, because our situation is different, my opinion is that is something that we may want to explore because things are in a different nature right now.
Well, Chair Taylor, I think with all three of these, definitely we get the request from the city,
I
more
agree.
paperwork, details,
I
whatever it
agree.
is, and we bring it back.
Especially now that
later
we're
to-
closing Centennial
Yeah.
and with the state of that school, with, I don't want to say the state, it's not a bad school, it's just that layout plan.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And there's nothing, the Greenbelt serves the greater community. It really does.
Does it connect somewhere once it goes through the property?
So it's part of
Yeah,
it does. It connects.
Yeah.
There's a connection that I can get more of those plans on. The part that I have seen was just how it impacted our parcel. But they did explain to it that it does
It
connect.
connects over to Midland Boulevard.
It does.
Goes all the way
Crosses
through.
and Dallin Oaks, Dallin Woods.
Dallin Woods.
It goes all the way, the Greenbelt is so long. I only know because I've been walking it
It's the one
recently.
that's in the subdivision though.
Yeah, but
Yes.
it's in and out and all the way around.
There is some connection somewhere with the current one that they have
Yeah.
inside. The purpose is to get it to the other side of
Yeah.
Midland, back
Yeah.
over to that side.
And any other property there, they're gonna have to purchase
Correct.
or it's gonna have to be donated. So it makes sense for the city to come to the
It does.
school district.
It
to
does make
request that.
sense.
So yeah, bring it all back to us.
Okay.
and
Yeah, I think
that
so
would
too.
be
I'm with
my-
Jeff.
My
Perfect.
request.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you, sir.
Chair Taylor, trustees, last report. I know it's a lot and a long evening. Has to do with our open enrollment, and we did open enrollment today at noon. It is delayed from our typical time. Usually we're a little bit earlier in January. Part of this had to do with the mitigation strategies that the administration was working on in the fall. So we were a little late on getting some things to Power School, but then Power School ran into a technical glitch where they couldn't get the application ready for us. It all got through, so it is ready. It is open now for families and parents to go ahead and apply. However, the Boundaries Committee has to do its work, and Boundaries will play into that because some students may not know what school they're going to be assigned to as a home school and whether I need to open enroll or not. Some schools, they're open enrolled now. They actually may live in the Boundaries. So what we're going to do is essentially we have 60 days. We believe the boundary process will be completed in that time. If it is not for some reason, we would send a notification to the parents to let them know that they will be notified when open enrollment is accepted or denied after the boundaries have been drawn.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was just wondering if there was a possibility to, yeah, never mind, I'll talk to you.
Well, they can open enroll anyway now.
They can open
They're
enroll
just
now.
that's
waiting
kinda
for a
what I was
decision.
thinking.
I mean, it's not going to stop them from open enrolling.
And
What is hard is not knowing the capacity of the schools yet.
100%.
So I can't
it
say
can be-
you're already accepted into my school if I am already going to be filled up to 85% capacity and then I accepted so many open enrollments. Now I push myself over capacity.
Right.
So we have to get the capacities first to know how those are drawn, and then
And that's what I was gonna ask. I mean, is there any way to grandfather those who already applied? Blah, blah, blah. So that makes sense.
We're already at 250 today that we've received.
okay. So
Yeah, and that's
word
going to
is
happen
out.
because they're going to think first come, first serve. I mean, that's just the normal thought process. Like, I'll apply now
That's the
so
way
that
I
if I'm not in that school, right? I mean, I don't think we're going to stop it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And with that, my
Hold
friends-
on a
Oh,
second.
Okay. Okay.
I've had this question on my mind since we started talking about 4-day school week and the process that the district instituted for scheduling. How did that play out? I know the course notification, that whole process. Because we've gone down that road a little bit now, and is that going to work with the new? I'm assuming that it is, but
Yeah, now that we built that engine, we know how to make it work.
Okay.
There are some downfalls to it, which we're aware of, and we mitigate those to the best of our ability. But it will be the same process we did last year. We did look at other options to do it, but they were so cost prohibitive that we kind of dumped it and stayed with what we have. And knowing that
we're making programs do what they're not supposed to do, but we're making them do what we need. And so that's where we ended. So we're comfortable with getting that process out as soon as we're done with the kids doing the registration. We'll be able to do that opt-out process.
And I would imagine with the Tri-6 that would even be more beneficial for parents to kind of keep tabs on.
We sure hope so.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right, trustees. So that takes us to 8, the possible agenda items. I already put on there just the potential of having ISBA come back or us making sure there were more events just so that we have a voice.
When you say ISB come back, what does that mean?
Come back and represent. Remember they
Oh,
came and
okay,
they presented to
Yeah,
us.
yeah.
Just come back and present, just more so how to be more involved. That was my only suggestion.
Yeah, I just want to make that quite clear.
Sorry, they've never left. I just meant have them back again.
Yeah, come back for a presentation. Got it.
Okay, Trustee Benz, did you have something? Yeah? Okay, can we?
Okay, so just to piggyback on that, I know that there is a submission deadline and process if we want to propose anything for next year's legislative slate, priorities, whatever through the ISBA. And I don't know if there are any workshops that could go along with that, but could we reserve some time to workshop some ideas together that we could then send to the ISBA for priorities for next year? Does that make sense? I think the deadline is August, July for ideas to be submitted.
Just let her know that we had that conversation and that's the plan of having them come and present to us. Tell her.
Oh, Trustee Benz, yes, we were talking, Chair Taylor and I, when we were at Day on the Hill today, was talking through maybe how to have ISBA come help support us if we wanted to get more involved in resolutions, policy development, that kind
And
of
that
thing.
would be that workshop. Tell her that's what I'm referencing.
And that would be the workshop.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I know. I'm not muted. We're all unmuted.
I'm
She's the
confused.
only one. I was too. I'm sorry, Stephanie. Okay.
I'm ready.
And with that, I will entertain a motion to move us into executive session.
I move that we move to executive session per Idaho Code 742061 B, D, and J. B, to consider the evaluation, dismissal, or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent, or public school student. D, to consider records that are exempt from disclosure as provided in Chapter 1, Title 74 of Idaho Code. J, to consider labor contract matters authorized under Section 742061A and B of Idaho Code.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. Roll call vote.
Chair Taylor?
Aye.
Trustee Kirkman?
Aye.
Trustee Sue?
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins?
Jennings.
Sorry, I keep doing that. Jennings?
Aye.
Trustee Benz?
All right. And with that, you guys, we are moved into executive session.
Nice. I'm going to leave this here because it's up.